Right back, everyone. I don't know if my mic. Yeah, my mic is on. Okay, so I'll be back. Yeah, anyone on TikTok at around 8, maybe sooner. I don't know. We'll start podcasting on YouTube. Until I have to get a few more followers or something so I can simultaneously do YouTube and TikTok. So those just jumping in right now, I'm getting ready to set up to go to TikTok Live. I will be right back. I'm just going to leave this thing run. I have the concert. This is a high school concert, my daughter's high school concert, a couple years ago. I just got to go check on something. Got a dog barking. Hopefully it won't take me more than 4 minutes to go solve the problem. All right, Cap. I'll be right back. Yeah, sorry. I'm still streaming YouTube in my bio. I'm just getting ready. Get all this hooked up, so I'm just a little early. so as not to have all kinds of feedback and stuff like that. So if you are, jump in on my YouTube. Probably start at 8 o'clock. So I was just testing out some sound. I'm gonna jump off here shortly. There's all the goodies. Cap, there's my goodies. Yeah, I grabbed them when I was up in Queens. I couldn't pass it. Yeah, so let's see. I'm just testing this other thing, so I was just seeing what YouTube videos I had to post up while we wait. I have been delinquent in my YouTube channel, so, and I have to make sure I don't do a copyright claim. But here, let's see. Let's do. Thank you for all the likes too. Yours didn't come in. Okay. I would have seen if you had a second one. I wound up going down and looking at a lot of the old 12 backs and stuff, and wasn't all of all those, and I got sidetracked. So here we go. I will put up on my YouTube channel Zoe's panel from Celebration Chicago, because we're a little more than a month out.
We met in Orlando, and I got to see people that, like yesterday, the night before, that have done, like one of my friends, two of my
friends. Well, I'll check
like
next time I'm up there. I'll be going up next. Shortly, I don't know, probably in the next 3 months.
And like, that's just so cool. Like the internet like kind of sucks, but it's like it's rad as well. Like, do you know what I mean?
But yeah, so on the YouTube channel,
as much as it takes away. So seeing, and even like Twitter friends, like I have, like I'm from Australia, but I live in LA. So I've got these two sets of like Star Wars friends, and so they've sort of melded on.
Yeah, that is a nice,
Facebook and on Twitter, and just seeing those people meet each other.
I just like that series.
I get upset.
I mean, I like the other
podcast, which it's not the first time.
There was just so few of them.
But yeah, just seeing them, how happy they are to see each other, and like how like this silly film that like this like weird dude made like 42 years ago, like brought us all together. And despite like, you know, like the world is like crazy at the moment, and just to see how like happy people are out there, and it's not about like things like about getting merch and stuff, but like just like seeing their friends or like meeting people for the first time. It's really cool. I'm uplifted. Is everyone else uplifted?
Yeah.
What about you? What about you, Lizzie? You uplifted?
Lizzie? You're still there?
Yeah.
Are you uplifted?
Because my headphones are on.
She's not paying attention clearly. Lizzie, are you uplifted by everything?
Yeah.
Who would have thought just putting your phone on speakerphone next to a microphone wouldn't work that well?
You know, I wish I was actually there to roast steel, but that's okay.
Can we put her on mute for a sec? There's this horror film, they may have remade it, but in the 80s called When a Stranger Calls, and at the end, like, this got like guys like prank calling this girl babysitting, and it turns out the phone, like the call's coming from inside the house, and there's like a famous one, it's like, it's coming from inside the house. Like I feel like at the end of this podcast, someone will say, the call's coming from inside the podcast. And Lizzie's like under the table or something.
Does he argue under the table?
I'd like to spend more time learning it, but
Yes, of course.
sometimes can't.
I'm currently looking under the table.
So yeah, I mean, kind of what you were saying about like seeing people meet each other. Like just a little earlier, I saw 3 Ahsokas, and they just met each other, and they all just freaked out and got like so happy. And I don't know if they knew each other or not or any. It's just random people to
That's
me.
why I like the
But it was just kind of cool to
So,
see people.
if
just like,
anyone,
oh,
you know,
you like
if anyone wants to
Ahsoka,
jump
you
on
like
YouTube
Ahsoka,
and be a
and
guest,
just
I
they
can
start
take
talking.
10 guests. Like I said, I'm playing with,
Yeah, I think that's
playing with
the
this. So,
like the funnest
in
thing.
clock,
Like for normal people,
again, I
like
just
we're
have
not
to,
normal, but for like people like down the street, like working and stuff, like this whole thing is ridiculous. And when people find out, like, oh, you got to line up to get this, it's like, yeah, but lining up some of the best bits. That's where like you meet friends and like I met like so many like for the Force Awakens line at Comic Con, like when we had to sleep out, that was like.
you want to jump on?
It sounds like the worst thing ever, like to pretend you're homeless for a day in San Diego, but it's like the happiest 24 hours of my life. I made so many friends doing it, so it's, yeah, I just like how silly we are, and it sort of pays off.
Shay, have you seen anything like that?
I mean, it's been really cool to see a lot of cosplayers and people who are into, because like I don't really know anybody who in real life who's into Star Wars as I am. Like, you know, my sisters like it and all, but to see a lot of other cosplayers dressed up and to see people is into it and really excited about it, it's pretty cool, pretty fun.
My Elvis.
What's sort of being like to walk? Is this your first one to walk in and see it all? Like, were you waiting
It
on?
was really overwhelming. It was like, I told my dad, I was like, I kind of want to lay on the floor and just soak it up because I don't really know what to do. I just want to like, yeah. Because I've watched a lot of things before.
Yeah, we did lay on the floor. I think there's pictures of us just laying on the floor. I think you did a Legos last celebration in Orlando. Just laying there.
I think I laid on the floor of my hotel room at about 3 this morning and soaked it up. So.
Yeah, it's been really cool. I've even had like some people, like I'm just walking and they're like, oh, you're the Sabine with the podcast, right? And I was like, yeah. I don't know how you picked me out of all the other Sabines, but yeah.
Yes, every other Sabine.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for one to say yes.
I saw a Sabine before, and I was like, that's why for it to turn around and find out if it's you or not. Or they're staring at like, wrong season Sabine.
Yeah.
What did you think of the mural, like with the live action like Rebels characters?
I love it. It was like at first I was like, that's not Kanan, but like it is. It's like that's how he would look like in real life. It's just like there was a moment of like, well, it's animated. It's not real, but you know. Then like once I like.
How dare you?
Once then I like got over that a little bit. Like, oh, that looks amazing. You know, that's exactly how they look in real life. But just getting used to them not being cartoons.
Did you notice how they didn't humanize Zeb though?
No, they didn't, which is probably for the best.
Yeah.
I did. One thing that bothers me, and you probably didn't notice, Ezra has his long
Dude,
hair.
I'm getting gay cat.
No, Ezra has his long hair, but it's season 3, like outfit kind of thing.
I didn't notice either. People on Twitter were pointing it out. I was like, oh yeah.
I like keeping track of that dude's haircuts is not on my priority list. But I was in tears to see Lizzie's dad complaining about it. Like it's the wrong way into hairstyle. And I was just like, if that's in your top 1,000 folders in life, things are going pretty smooth. But I was disappointed because it was very interesting to see how they looked in real life. Like Ezra,
Alright, guys.
I did not know that. But how did you feel about her, like Sabine not, like I would have loved to have seen what she looked like. Like it'd be good if like the mural had like a
Camera.
helmet on.
There we go.
Like lenticular, like if you move, like did you guys have lenticular, like
Almost.
do you know what lenticular rules are? Like, oh man, when I was little,
Alright, so
like Return of the Jedi one,
we're getting ready to
shit
head on
rattled,
over
and
to
it was like an iPad.
YouTube.
Like, that's cool. Like making it jiggle up and down, and it was tremendous.
doesn't really
No, I can,
go well.
I don't know, like with the helmet.
So let me close this out. You can see my weird desktop. And I can close my sharing of screen out. Oh, there we go. There's me. Ken.
Hello. How are you, Mike?
Hey, I'm good. I'm early.
I just realized that my mic wasn't around. I apologize.
Well, that sounds good though. These new mics, the technology just in the last 2 years because of COVID have amazed me. So, how'd your podcast go last night?
It went all right. I think we may end up having to re-record it, or I proposed that we re-record it and take a different approach to it.
Oh, was it like technical errors or just it just sounded different after you listened to it?
More the second. I mean,
okay. I've had that happen before. I understand that completely.
One of the things as you know, that I strive to do is put out the best that we can in a as positive a way as we can.
Yeah.
And I don't think I came across as positive as I want to or intend to. So,
well, it's tough because, unlike just having a conversation with people, a podcast can be like scrutinized as much as we scrutinize a movie.
Absolutely. And one of the other things, so for those that are listening that aren't aware of what we're talking about, we were recording an episode of The Forces Behind Star Wars, and the topic was The Last Jedi. And our show has recently grown. So we started off where it was just me and Anthony, just a dynamic duo. It expanded to Anthony's friend Demetrius, so it became the Tremendous Trio. And now we're up to 5 people, so the Fantastic Five. Whereas we joked around last night. We were starting to call ourselves the Rad Batch instead of the Bad Batch. We're the Rad Batch. And because of the number of us on there, and because of the topic, I don't know if we all got equal billing in terms of the conversation. So I also want to make sure that each of us have the opportunity to talk through our thoughts on the film. And there's so much to The Last Jedi. So
right. Yeah, well, I sent Anthony a question. He sent me he asked me for a question, so I probably sent it over philosophical question. So,
which we loved. I mean, it was a fantastic one.
After I read it, I was like, that might make you sound like you're a little bit of a nut, Well,
if you've listened to our show, you know that we're all nuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut my TikTok off. Thank you guys on TikTok for all the likes. Come over to my YouTube. Message me if you want to be a guest, and thank you very much. Sorry, I can't wait till we can do them all. Yeah, no, I sent that question over, and I was, because my feelings on the movies, and I'm at the point again where it's hard for me to dislike an entire movie that's Star Wars. I mean, I can pick apart parts of it, but I don't know. I know I'm probably a little biased for Star Wars stuff, but I did. I saw you got that book. I'm sure you have this book.
That one I do have, yes.
Okay, this one I got when I drove truck. This I got for free.
Oh, that's awesome.
Free books, and this one I really like. So
lately, what I've been deciding to do, because I've come to the conclusion that I'm not Steve Sansweet, and there's no way that I can get absolutely everything, and so I've started to reduce the numbers of action figures and collectibles that I get, and instead focus on the books, because I get so much more use and enjoyment out of them. As much as I enjoy the toys and take pictures of the toys and carry them around with me to various places, the books blend so well and serve such a great purpose in our shows. Because you read through the books, and not only do you get these amazing images of the behind the scenes stuff and moments that aren't captured any other way, you also get the stories behind the makings of these movies. You get to hear the inspirations and the struggles that they've had. So the books are just amazing. One of the last books I picked up was a book by one of the folks who played an Ewok in Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
So
Yeah, well, and I think what I like about some of the books is they become dated, but in a good way.
yes,
They're not affected by what people think at the time. Like they're like if something shifts, they're just always. I do like that about the books. Now I Ark is here. Hi everyone.
hey buddy.
I said exactly about the toys, except I went to Jordan's shop on Saturday, and I wound up buying an action figure because I'm in the same boat as you. I'm like, I can't buy any more little things. I need to I need to get rid of my sail barge. I'm probably going to get rid of my Razor Crest. Um, so I'm in the same boat where it's just I can't. I don't want a museum. I want everything that I have. I want to be displayed. And what that means is I have to decide, do I want costumes and props or do I want tons of action figures? And I think costumes and props are going to win out.
And one costume can take up, the space of 62 action figures.
Oh yeah. And I like the action figures. I love them. But I also, it's that weird dynamic with me because I like to display them. Most of them don't stand. If you take them out of the box, they get dusty, and if you don't take them out of the box, then you can't display them properly. It's like that weird.
Ark says if you give him a list, he'll do some shopping in the Mike Hinton auction.
Yeah, I have to. That's going to be a hard day when I finally decide to do that. But I did get Ark. I did get the Ark action figure, which I did post up. I think.
That is so cool.
So yeah, the Saturday. So we'll wait. I don't know. John is he's probably selling cars right now. He'll be here. But Saturday, me and Zoe went up to Hollywood Heroes, which it's a nice shop. But Jordan always lets us go down in his basement and just look around. And he had original 12 figure card backed figures in cases like Darth Vader or 12 pack, Empire Strikes Back figures still in the pack. And it was just neat to just go down there and look at all that stuff. So
I think an adventure that we should go on is to get out there to Rancho Obi-Wan.
Oh, definitely. My dream is Zoe gets a job out there, and it gives me an excuse to go out there every summer, out that side of the country.
Well, I mean, if you need a Sherpa, someone who can carry your luggage or an interpreter. I mean, I can speak Californian, dude. So I'll serve as your Californian interpreter. I've got we got friends out there. It'll be great.
Yeah, I'm so I would like to go to Rancho. Like when we went out to California before, they didn't have any spots open. Because I tried to see if there was a spot open. And then I was thinking about it when we went this time, but it's such a tight window.
Yeah.
And I'm used to around here. Like you can pretty much drive all over Pennsylvania in a matter of 4 or 5 hours if you have to. Out there, it's a little different.
Yeah. Well, you could be on the road for a couple hours and still not go very very far.
Right.
Because you could be caught in some of that rush hour traffic and just be sitting there bumper to bumper.
Yeah. I'm dreading getting from the airport to my hotel. Because some people, when I was talking to Jordan on Saturday, he's flying into John Wayne Airport or something like that.
Okay.
Because it's easier to get like Ubers and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, I wish someone would have told me that before I bought my tickets. Yeah, Arg. Yeah, he's still getting the Millennium Falcon. I see. Yeah, the inflatable Falcon. I didn't hear back from those guys, so I'll drop a weekly letter to them this week. You know.
So over dinner tonight, Heather and I had a very interesting conversation around the inflatable Falcon, and so I'm sharing this with the world so that they can get behind it and manifest it. So I've talked to Heather about the Falcon for weeks now, and she's put up with the conversation and laughed and that kind of thing. And she said, I wish I had recorded it. She said, if you go on another cruise with me and we go on the Wonder of the Seas, the largest cruise ship, I guess, in the world or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you go on that cruise with me, I will consider allowing you to get the inflatable Falcon.
What? Oh, so you signed up for a cruise? Is that what you said? Uh-oh.
Heather just jumped in and said she would entertain the conversation, not necessarily allow. So
we have to make it a business venture. It has to be like
that's exactly what I said. I said this is an investment. We could rent it. She's like, "What? Why are you going to rent it?" I said, No. We don't rent it. We buy it and rent it to other people. It could be a birthday, a graduation, a bar mitzvah, whatever. We'll rent it out to other people. She's like, then you'd have to clean it. But it's an inflatable Falcon, and it would be ours.
Yeah, cleaning would mean you get to camp out in it later. Well, I mean, that's like it's like $600 to $800 for a 5-hour rental at that one place. So it pays for itself over time.
Yeah.
And like I posted on Facebook, it's in stock at that one place again. So.
Well, I mean, you could make the argument that it's foolish not to get one.
Right. We should have two.
And Ark says if we rent it out for $1,000 a ticket, we'd be raking in the cash.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I it's the coolest picture is the drone shot though over top. Like,
yeah,
that's But
although I'm telling you though, they're missing an opportunity of having Karita and Maviola and Rackerdan in our costumes, doing some advertisement with. I mean, if you're going to have an inflatable Falcon, as cool as those masks are that they were wearing bouncing around inside.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They need legit, costumers outside.
Imagine Marty walking around it with Chewie.
My goodness. Somebody driving an R2 unit, Han Matt coming around the corner of the end and pointing to Chewie, and
yeah. We could just
our commercial could write itself.
He could just film the Solo Chronicles in the Falcon, and everyone just be serious like they're really in the Falcon.
Yeah, as they're bouncing because they can't control this thing. And so, we were just talking about the episode that we recorded and around The Last Jedi, and one of the things I did for homework was I watched The Director and the Jedi,
right?
Which was the behind the scenes documentary that came on The Last Jedi DVD, and it's also on Disney Plus. And there's a section in that where they celebrated Rian Johnson and his producer Ram's birthday, and they had a Star Wars bouncy house, and Rian Johnson is on video bouncing in this bouncy house. So
that's funny. Well, it's when you asked me those questions yesterday, I was thinking of the movies again, just like, and like I was thinking not necessarily favorites, but rewatched ones that I enjoy rewatching a lot. And Phantom Menace, as much as I love the old, Phantom Menace always seems to be the one I rewatch the most.
Oh, really? Okay.
Like if sometimes they're on TV and you'll have something playing, and I'll just put them on and let them play when I'm doing stuff. I always stop when I'm doing on more scenes of the Phantom Menace than any other one, which is weird. So.
Well, I mean, the Phantom Menace was a really brave movie.
Yeah.
It was brave from the perspective of they'd been away from Star Wars movies since the 80s. I mean, the last Star Wars movie that they had put out was one of the Ewok movies.
Yep.
I think in 86. It was brave in terms of new ground. It was brave in terms of new technology. And it was brave in terms of bringing some of these new actors and actresses on board who weren't really well known at that point. Kind of like when they did the original trilogy and Mark Hamill, Carrie Fisher, and Harrison Ford were pretty fresh on the scene. Oh, I didn't realize that the Wonder of the Sea is only $1,000 a ticket for. I thought you were talking about us renting the Falcon for $1,000 a ticket. Thanks for clarifying, Ark.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Well, no, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, no, and I and it could be that the Phantom Menace was one of those things where you were starved for Star Wars for so long, and because I feel somewhat the same with the Force Awakens, in the sense that it. I know people complain it was exactly the same as Star Wars, but that's not a bad thing either. But that's another one that's just a really easy watch for me. I mean, the other ones are too, but I have to go by what I actually stop and watch.
Well, one thing that I think is really challenging for some folks when it comes to Star Wars, and it's anybody who's watched a Star Wars before, that will be their first time.
Mm-hmm.
And no matter what, you'll never have another true first time.
Right.
So up until you watch that movie, you may have heard stories about it or you may have read something about it, but until you watch it, there's nothing else like it. And then when you watch something else, whatever it is, there's an effort to redo that, yet it's nearly impossible to redo.
Right.
Because you now have the stories you've told yourself in between that movie and this movie. You've had all of the hype from that movie to this movie. And so no matter what, you will never truly be able to go into a Star Wars movie like you did with the very first one. And for many people, they forget that, and that whatever that new one is, so whether you're talking A New Hope or the Clone Wars animated show or the Phantom Menace or the Force Awakens, that's somebody's new Star Wars.
Yeah.
And if we can at least appreciate the excitement we had for our first Star Wars and allow the other folks to enjoy their first time, their first entrance into this galaxy, and welcome them into it, we'll have a much more fun, a much more lighthearted, a much more connective conversation than that movie is nothing like this other one.
Well, and I think the overall theme, whether people like it or not, the overall theme of all the Star Wars movies has basically been the same. It might vary a little bit, but it's that story of hope, redemption, all that kind of stuff that runs through all those. It might be harder to pull out of one or the other, if you're not familiar with the other. But if I sometimes think if you see what was George Lucas's vision that basically got taken, like it became its own creature and became the vision of all Star Wars. If you see that, you can at least, you don't have to like the movie, but you can understand why someone else likes it.
Well, and with that said, you can go into everyone and look for that.
Yep.
So this idea of hope shows up over and over and over again, even in the places where hope isn't. There's an aspiration of looking for the hope. I mean, when you go back to look at watching Empire Strikes Back, it didn't end positively.
Right.
I mean, Luke had just gotten his hand cut off. Han Solo was frozen in carbonite, and Luke and Leia are standing on this ship going, what are we going to do now? It wasn't a warm, fuzzy ending. And we hoped that we would finish the story. We hoped that we would find out what happens next. We want to know how our heroes get through this. And so if you go into every movie, whether it's the Last Jedi, Rise of Skywalker, Book of Boba Fett, The Bad Batch, and look for the places for hope, you'll find them if you really look for it. But at the other end, you'll also find, if you want to, you can find all the mistakes, you can find all of the hiccups, you can find all of the things that you wish you could do that weren't done. And
Right.
then that's what you get. You get that frustration, you get that anger, you get that annoyance, and the other stuff is right there. You're just not seeing it.
Well, and I wonder if the fandom, and I hate to say the negative fans, because I really wish we would like differentiate the people that are just hateful people, because they're I don't know what name we give them, but it's funny if we would have had the same fans, and I use that in air quotes as best I can. If we had the same people running their mouth in '78, they would be having fits about the stormtrooper hitting his head, or the stormtrooper with duct tape on him, or why did Luke's belt have a grappling hook and no other stormtrooper have a grappling hook? You know what I mean? They would have picked apart the plot of Star Wars to the point of people not liking it. You know?
Yeah, and so with that said, there's so much in that original movie that folks are willing to overlook.
Yep.
By choice. Yet with the newer ones, I think there's more of a tendency to rip it to shreds and some of the creators to shreds instead of just looking for the things that you like or the connective pieces between all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, so the one of the running jokes from 77 on is that the stormtroopers are bad shots.
Right.
It's such a running joke that they included it in either the first season of the Mandalorian with the biker scouts.
Yeah.
So it's become this running joke. However, you could also make the claim that they were bad shots on purpose.
Right. Because they had
You
a
know,
tracker on the ship.
and so they didn't want to shoot them, because if they shot them, they wouldn't have been able to escape the Death Star and lead the Death Star to the Rebel base.
Right.
So you could, if you wanted to, you could go down the path of using that as the theory for their bad shooting, and it makes sense.
Right.
But folks, no,
Well, because the line, Obi-Wan's line when he was looking at the crashed sandcrawler,
yeah,
and he was
these blast points are too precise to be sand people.
Yeah.
Only Imperial stormtroopers could be so precise.
Yeah. So I mean, you had the sand troopers were a little rough when Han Solo left, but you could argue that the sand troopers, just by they're I always pictured the sand troopers as like the guys who they didn't know what to do with, like like those guys who just get sent to the worst part because this guy doesn't clean his uniform, or this guy, you know what I mean?
Like KP duty.
Yeah. They're like, where do we send these guys? Like no, it reminds me. They kind of remind me of almost like the old French Foreign Legion, where it was a mix between soldiers and prisoners. Like, so you had some good ones and you had some not so good ones.
Well, and what they've done over time, with that in mind, they've managed to fill in the blanks, because when we first saw them, we had no idea that there was even humans in there.
Right.
And then with the Clone Wars, the Clone War, the live action movies, the prequels, and the Clone Wars, the animated show, we found out that they were humans, they were clones. And then now what we're finding out with the Bad Batch is that they started taking volunteers.
Yep. Well, Rebels, and also Rebels at the beginning of Rebels.
Yep.
They had that whole cadet, like they were trying to pick. They were kind of like inscripting kids as well.
Yep. And then with the sequel trilogy, they even went further with that idea and talked about how the Empire had taken kids as children and raised them to be soldiers, much like the Jedi took Force sensitive beings and raised them to be Jedi.
Right.
Kind of blurring the lines between, what is good and what is bad.
Right. Well, I also think George Lucas, part of the Jedi lore was to point out the fallibility of dogma.
Yes, very much so.
Because you could almost say like Qui-Gon was almost like the sacrificial. He was almost the martyr for the non-dogmatic Jedi, and he died too soon.
Yep. And this is by far one of my easiest go-to explanations of all of this sort of stuff is that that's how the Force wanted it to happen. It happened because the Force wanted it to. I mean, there's if it was supposed to happen any other way, it would have. But this is what the Force wanted to happen.
Yeah. So I don't know. It was like this was a weird Star Wars week because we got those Star Wars cartoons started hitting some more of those kiddie cartoons we looked at last week,
Okay.
and so I just started thinking more. Then with Anthony's question that he sent me about the prequels, I just my mind was working on overtime on thinking more Star Wars than even normal. So yeah, here now Ark says Qui-Gon was the center. See, Qui-Gon, when I first saw Qui-Gon, I can't get the chat up. Here we go. When I first saw Phantom Menace, I didn't like Qui-Gon for a while.
Okay.
Well, because I felt Qui-Gon, and until I really thought about it, I felt Qui-Gon was the same part of the problem in the sense that the Jedi had all this power and they had money, and he didn't have time to help free slaves. Like that statement alone, when he said I'm not here to free slaves or something like that in Phantom Menace or something, when they were talking about that was like, yeah, that's I understand that completely,
Well, and that also could be the part of Qui-Gon where he was just following the Jedi Order. So one of the interesting pieces of Qui-Gon is it made him the rebellious character that he was. Is sometimes he would follow the teachings of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Or even the orders of the Jedi, and then other times he would go against those orders. And Obi-Wan brought it up himself. You would have been a master by now if you had just followed the Jedi Council, if you just listened. So he was that not unbalanced, but the Jedi who was somewhat rebellious and then somewhat followed the teachings. And to go back to the Ark's comment about Qui-Gon being the center.
Yeah.
What about this? That Jar Jar Binks was the center of it all. I mean, if they hadn't met Jar Jar, they probably wouldn't have come into contact with Anakin.
That's true. Well, and honestly, I think Anakin or Jar Jar brought out the best in Anakin.
Yeah.
Like Qui-Gon, as much as he was for a lot of things, the Jedi, all of them were mildly arrogant at best.
Yeah, because I mean, they thought they had it all on lock. They thought that the Sith are no more. We're going to continue doing what we're doing, even though they weren't paying enough attention to realize that they were leading to their own destruction. They were leading to their own demise by getting too wrapped up in politics and getting away from just enforcing laws, and now they became generals.
Right.
So they themselves went against many of their own teachings.
Well, and that's where I wish John was here for Revenge of the Sith, because I think Revenge of the Sith, the height of their arrogance is what pushed Anakin over the edge. Starting, you know what I mean? Like, he still made the choice himself, but with his, like in the Clone Wars, if you watch the Clone Wars, and this is why I always get frustrated with some people like my age who will never watch the Clone Wars, because it makes that movie and the fall of Anakin so much better.
Yep.
Because he basically, every single person sitting in that council, he saved them multiple times by the same methods they told him was wrong.
Yes.
Like his caring and love for them, his caring and love for his clones, his attachment, all of that stuff is why he was able to save them without being evil. And they threw that all away,
Yeah, because like you said a little bit ago, they got so wrapped up in the dogma of it. They got so wrapped up in the pride of their teachings that they were blind to what was actually happening.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know. It's. I was so happy when the Clone Wars came out. Um, just that, and now we have, and like we have what, a month, a little more than a month before we have Obi-Wan.
A month before, but I'm still holding out hope that they bring out the Bad Batch in May.
Yeah, I know they're going to be either they're going to be backed up or they're going to have to push some of these release dates back. That's the thing. So, is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're going to be backed up. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do to get all this. I mean, I can't wait for Obi-Wan, unless they're going to wind up making some of these like two episode things like they're doing with Obi-Wan. Like the first 2 episodes are going to be one night. They might have to double up.
Yeah, because Obi-Wan's only 6 episodes, right? Or is it 8?
Right. I think it's 6. Zoe would know. No, it might be 8 because Moon Knight's 6. I don't know. I get confused with how they do them all. 6 or 8, but the first one is 2. So.
And think about, we were just mentioning the Bad Batch and the animated clones. None of that stuff would have happened if it wasn't for that one little line in The New Hope.
I know.
And we got so much content from that one little line.
Yep.
And we're still getting incredible content. And I think Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni and all of that team that they have working on the streaming stuff now are doing an amazing job of connecting the prequels through the original trilogy and into the sequels.
Yep.
They're I think they're doing an incredible job of threading some of those parts together that folks may not have thought about before, but now it's showing up on screen in very creative and exciting ways. And I think sometimes what happens is folks expect Star Wars to be like some other movies where there's a definitive beginning, a middle, and an end, and you absolutely positively know.
Right.
I mean, when you look at the original trilogy versus the prequel trilogy, there was so much that we were unaware of. Like that line about the Clone Wars. What is the Clone Wars? Who was in the Clone Wars? Was it people fighting clones or for clones or against clones?
I thought it was each other fighting each other. When I was a kid, I thought it was like they made a clone of Obi-Wan and a clone. Everyone had to fight their own clone.
Oh, that would have been a very interesting battle.
That's what I thought when I first heard Clone Wars.
So would it have been like the clone in some of the expanded universe where Luke had like an extra U,
yeah,
so it was Luke?
I mean, I didn't know about that at the time. That was before then, but yeah, everyone just had an extra U in their name.
Or Ken 2, the sequel.
Yeah. So, or their name is spelled backwards, something like that. They'd have a goatee. No, it'd be the Star Trek where the evil universe, everyone just had a goatee. Remember that?
Well, evil C-3PO didn't have like an X on him or something like that.
He had an X on his head, like a taped X on his head.
Yeah.
That was a good cover. I just remember that cover. The Dark Horse comic books, I didn't like the comic books. Some were good, some were bad, but the covers were all beautiful.
Yeah, they did a great job with those.
Yeah. Yeah, but and with Star Wars going on with that, like if you watched any of the first 3, almost all the Star Wars, but if you watch especially the first 3, you couldn't tell, like when you first saw the first Star Wars, for some people, I was a kid so it didn't bother me, but some people it was off-putting because no matter when you came into the movie, it seemed like you came in late. Like if you wouldn't have seen the crawl, you'd be like, wait a minute, how'd that ship get there? Like, wait, who's chasing who? Who's that guy? What's this mean? What's the Senate? So that was kind of cool. Like other than I just liked that where it felt like you were just jumping into the middle of something.
Yeah, and I guess that was part of the beauty of it. You just had to go with what was there.
Yeah.
What did they say at the beginning and what are they showing us right now? Because we don't have any of the other stuff and we sure as heck don't know what's coming.
And I think it went back to that book I just showed you, The Myth and the Magic. You didn't explain stuff because the way the story was told, we all knew the story in our hearts, whether you're a religious person or you read King Arthur. Everyone knew that story of that boy looking for greater things. We, as kids, most of us have been at one point in our life thinking, I want to go on an adventure, of some sort.
Yep.
So it was just that, and I'm old enough to remember before there was a Star Wars, barely, but I do remember like the stuff I liked, like Planet of the Apes, $6 Million Man, and a few other things. But when Star Wars hit, all that stuff it didn't go away, but it got put down a couple notches.
Yeah, because there was something exciting about it.
And then we had Battlestar Galactica for a while.
Which was a lot of the makers from Star Wars. They moved over to that other project.
I think for me, I tried to go back and watch it. It didn't really go well, but I think Battlestar. I mean, I like it, but it was enough closest to Star Wars for me to hold me over until I got more Star Wars, is what it was. But two of the guys, I don't know if you got to see them in Philly at the Fan Expo, was they did Starbuck and Apollo.
Yeah,
So
their costumes were incredible.
That's Dave and Gary. I know those guys. They're in the 501st. But I was at a party with Dave, the guy who did Apollo, and the watch, like he was showing me the details on what he went for that costume. Like the watch he had, one of those calculator watches, which I never even knew they had. He was showing it to me, and he was like, "This was only available at some gift store at like a aerospace building or something for the staff." And so he wound up buying, like, it was some crazy amount of money for the exact watch that they wore.
Oh my goodness, that's commitment.
He was telling me all these pieces. I was like, wow, and yeah, they're iconic costumes though. And then the Cylon that was there was Howard, who does the flame trooper from Force Awakens.
Really?
That's Howard Cylon.
Okay.
So
I got a picture with him in my Mando.
Yeah. Well, that's Howard. He's also the one that has a tramp stamp of a Porg on his back.
Oh, okay. I would not have known that.
No, he got it.
Was that a dare or he lose a bet?
He just got it to irritate people, I think. Because they're like, then people say, I hate this part of Star Wars. And then he's like, well, look, I got a tramp stamp of a Porg right above my butt. So,
Did I ever show you the Porg above the Grand Canyon?
Yeah, that's Howard for you.
I need to be friends with Howard.
My favorite Howard story is he needed a drink at Celebration Chicago. And if you see that flame trooper, it's probably one of the most uncomfortable costumes and hardest ones to wear because he has that humongous backpack.
It looks like it weighs 60 pounds.
Right, with that giant flamethrower, plus a helmet you can barely see, and it's the new armor, so you can barely move. So I'm squiring for him and Safi in her 000, trying to get them both drinks. I was like taking Safi's mask off and holding drinks for each of them. It was I wish someone would have got that on video because that would have been funny.
The juggling squire.
Yeah, so I don't have any 000 squiring to do for a while, I don't think. So then we're not taking costumes to Anaheim unless all of a sudden I wind up with a boatload of cash to buy some special case to mail my stuff in. So but yeah, and Zoe got her panel at Celebration. It's Sunday at 12:30. So I'm going to somehow try to live stream it somewhere.
Have she and Lizzie picked a topic yet?
It's growing up. It's like, so we had to send the topic in like months. We sent the topic in like 4 different times because they kept rescheduling, and I couldn't remember which one. So I think our final topic became like a mashup of all the other topics we sent. So it's like family, being raised Star Wars, family, fandom, being a female fan, bringing their fandom to life and positive fandom, all that kind of stuff rolled into one.
Oh, that's awesome.
The downside is Lizzie's probably not going to make it, so we're right now scrambling to grab a couple other panelists. So, and here, speaking of the youngin, there he is.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hey,
Good to see you.
I figured you were out selling cars or something,
No, I was out catching Z's.
Oh, okay. Well, that's all right. That's even better.
Yeah.
It's,
Catch them when you can.
Aren't you youngins supposed to stay up till like 3 a.m. and then go? I don't know.
Nah, not this one.
Oh, okay. We were just, I don't know what we were talking about, everything. We were talking. I wish John was here because we were talking about Revenge of the Sith and how the Clone Wars just makes that such a better fall of Anakin. Putting it kind of at the Jedi's feet.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I think Dave Filoni just did a fantastic job of taking what was already there and crafting a story around what was already there and making it so that it flowed perfectly and enhanced the story. Because if you look at the simple line of General Grievous, you're shorter than I expected. From Anakin, that implies that, Anakin hasn't seen Grievous at all throughout the Clone Wars. So the fact that he took the time crafting 7 seasons and making sure that they never crossed paths, that goes to show how much detail is actually put into the show.
But also look at the psychology in that too.
Oh yeah.
So that little jab at Grievous, you're not as you're shorter than I would remember or whatever. Little dig, so it's showing Anakin's tendency to be sarcastic and diddle on the dark side.
Yeah, I Grievous was one of those ones that scared me because that was like one of the Grievous's lair. Was that episode 2 or 3 or something like that?
Something like that. It was very early on.
And I remember because I would pre-watch them before Zoe would watch them, and that one, my wife and I had to have a little conversation. Like, should we let Zoe watch this one? Because when that Padawan dies, because Zoe was pretty young at the time, so we let her watch it. She turned out all right.
Now that was the one with Kit Fisto, yeah.
Yeah, and his Padawan got skewered.
Yeah, the Mon-Caw.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Jedi deaths in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, well, that's like what was it? Clone Wars is a kid show, and then it was also like Rebels. And what is it? The one episode where they chop 2 of the heads off, and you can hear them hit the floor. I was like, you might want to relook at these cartoons being kid shows, kind of thing.
Well, there's a lot of examples of that adult theme stuff. If you think of the images that they posted on some of the gunships, the silhouettes of the ladies from World War II and Vietnam, that's not kid friendly. Or when you go into a cantina and there are Twi'leks dancing around poles and stuff, that's not really kid friendly.
Yep.
There was a lot of
it's all, again, I think there was an animated series about Starship Troopers. I don't know if either of you ever watched them. It was called Razor's Roughnecks or something like that.
Oh, that I didn't see. I got to.
It was the predecessor to that type of animation, and so I had seen that. It was a couple years before that came out because I think it was like late '90s, early 2000s, and it came a long way from that rough. Even season 1, you could still see a little of that style.
And I think the Clone Wars too is a wonderful example of the progression of the animation, the progression of the technology. So when you watch that Clone Wars movie that they put together versus season 7, Siege of Mandalore, the the animation is, even though they're both beautiful in their own way, they're when you put them side by side, holy schmoly, the advancement is incredible.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they were doing motion capture in the early seasons. I don't think they could afford it. But
No.
in season 7, where they had, Ray Park doing motion capture for his Darth Maul scenes and so on.
Yeah.
You know.
In season 1, they could barely get lip syncing right.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lot of this whenever they're talking.
Or
Well,
looking away. You
Right.
didn't have to see their mouth. You don't have to animate a mouth if you don't see it.
yeah. Well, that was genius. They're like, okay, let's just do a lot of clones. Put helmets on them. We're fine. But and if I forget which interview, but it was talks about when Dave Filoni talks about it when it was like a small project until George stopped in, and then George just started like putting money. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's how great would that be? Oh, we need an extra whatever dollars. Maybe he'd be like, yeah, let's do it.
And some of the stories, if you really sit down and look at them or observe them, they're pretty out there.
Oh yeah.
Whether you're talking about the episodes on Mortis or the Sunny Day in the Void, those kind of deeply philosophical, weird kind of things. And you're like, I don't think kids are getting this. I don't think.
I used to say that, but I think like there are people like John was a kid then, Zoe was a kid then, and I think certain kids like Zoe would see things that I didn't see. Like I was watching it as an adult, and then she would come back and say, "Did you see this? Did you see that?" Because I think I grew up watching Star Wars movie where all the background stuff that we picked apart later was just there by mistake. Like that weird thing. The Sand Trooper's armor is different, not because they wanted it different, but because the Stormtrooper armor wasn't finished being sculpted. So the ab plate is different. Where when you watch an animated show, every little thing is put there on purpose.
Because you don't have the time or the money to put stuff in an animated thing accidentally.
Right. And then after reading more about Dave and more about his wife, and they have some really cool ideas about all kinds of stuff. Just kind of leached in, on purpose and by mistake.
Well, even just like some of the naming conventions, how they had Obi-Wan's girlfriend be Satine, just happened to be the same name of the character from, was it Chicago that Ewan McGregor was in, or one of those things?
That's amazing. When he did the Zillo Beast was Godzilla type homage. That was Godzilla / King Kong, because the death of it reminded me more of a King Kong death than.
Because it fell from the top of that tower in Camino.
Yeah, and you felt bad, like you saw him, you saw the life go out of him, kind of, So, just that love of movies, which I think was really cool.
And not being afraid to show the inspiration, because I remember that they used to do, was it Rebel? There was the show on StarWars.com where they would talk about each episode afterwards.
Right.
And I think that's one of the other things that I truly enjoy about Star Wars. Not only do they put these things out there for you to watch as an observer for the entertainment part of it, but they also put stuff out there so you can look behind the curtain. You can see how they made things, or you can find out who the animators were, or the people that did the little stop motion, puppetry and all of that kind of stuff.
Well, and I think Rebels and well, especially Clone Wars, it brought out the voice actor to the forefront way more than possibly, with the exception of maybe like The Simpsons and some of those type shows, but there was still not a popularity like you saw with the Star Wars voice actors.
Well, I think with those folks, weren't they famous actors and actresses before they became voices for the Simpsons?
Right. Most of them were, I think. Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like I had never really heard anyone lining up to get anyone. Occasionally I'd see like a Simpsons person at a small con, but until Clone Wars hit, then they kind of made those people, household names pretty quick.
Oh yeah.
Like Zoe knew who Dave Filoni was before I did. Like I watched the video and hey, there's a guy in a cowboy hat. Why is he wearing a cowboy hat? And but then Zoe's like, 7-year-old or 8-year-old Zoe's like Dave Filoni, Ashley Eckstein. I'm like, oh okay,
Yeah, and I would argue that Star Wars even has made the voice actors more popular than, say, The Simpsons. I can't name a single voice actor from The Simpsons. The only other show that I could name other characters would be Futurama. Yeah, that's only because I'm a massive diehard. However, there are a lot of other people who are like, yeah, Matt Lanter or James Arnold Taylor or Ashley Eckstein or Sam Witwer. I mean, there's a much longer list of known voice actors from, say, the Clone Wars or Rebels than there are any other animated show.
Well, you know that Mark Hamill was on The Simpsons and Leonard Nimoy.
True, he was also in Futurama.
Yep,
well,
and
you could see the lines at Keystone. It was Ashley Eckstein and Steve Bloom that one day, more than most of the other actors. Maybe second to William Shatner on Saturday.
And Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers
had a bunch of folks there for him,
Carl
and Ming
making some bucks.
So
yeah, well,
I think it is amazing that children, to your point, children know who James Arnold Taylor is and can pick him out of a lineup and know his voice.
Yeah,
so that show had a long lasting impact on Star Wars fans.
Well, and even like Vanessa Marshall, who has been doing voiceovers forever, right? I know I'm not. I was always a comic book and cartoon watching, but I never really cared who voiced Superman or Spider-Man or Wonder Woman. And then when she starts doing Rebels, now she's mainstream too. Steve Bloom with Zeb. So, but yeah, John, you weren't here when I was talking about Jordan's Basement, my man. You as a toy person. It's I wish he would let me bring a field trip. It's like a little version of Rancho Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I was there, he had got a tractor trailer load of Star Wars figures from a guy's collection.
Yeah.
And so we were down there.
Time out. Let's back that truck up just a minute. So you're saying he got one tractor trailer load from one dude's collection.
It was all Clone Wars stuff, all like probably stuff from late 90s to mid Clone Wars stuff. Like just, and it was just in there, and it's like a mess. Like it's not an organized. It's just it's like boxes. Just like we were just like digging through boxes, and like the one shelf was just a stack of stuff, and I was like pulled out 12 back Vader, all mint in a box, all these stuff. Just looking at them, it was crazy. Because he had a root. No, was it Don Post Vader helmet a couple years ago down there? The full size Don Post, and he wound up selling it to Marty for like $60. It was just like, oh yeah, $60.
Which is funny because when you look back at the old, the old magazines that had him in there, weren't they like $10 or $12 or something? So even $60 is.
Well, no, this is one of the more expensive ones, like the full,
okay.
Box was a little dinged up, and Marty's like, yeah, I'll take it. And like I said, he gives Zoe the Nightwing pack the last time we were there. He had the space shuttle. He had the shuttles down there, the full size shuttles, and I was looking for gunships. He had a couple gunships, but I didn't want to. I was afraid to ask how much.
Remember the Juggernaut? That big wheeled vehicle? I would have loved one of those.
Yeah,
those things were so cool.
I had the clone they put it in Rogue One, right?
They put it in Rogue One, yep. And they put a similar one in The Mandalorian, season 2 of The Mandalorian.
because I had that and I sold it somewhere for $50 because the girls didn't want it anymore and it was taking up space. And so
Yeah.
I was like, it was either that or the 6-legged walker had to go.
The ATT.
Would look like a spider. Or no.
Yeah, the clone 6-legged, the big
Okay.
6-legged, which I hate.
What was that one called, John?
So the one with wheels is a turbo tank. The 6-legged walker is the ATT.
That's it. And I hate that 6-legged walker because the middle legs fall off. They do not stay on. I hate that, but it is a cool looking thing. I sold my gunships, which I wish I wouldn't have. I had all the different gunships.
Yeah, I've got the one with the Tauntaun nose art.
Yeah. I had that one, the 2 just plain ones, and the Grievous Hunt.
That was a pack of clones, right?
Yeah, well, and it was and back then, like I was buying when the girls were little, I was buying from Entertainment Earth. I would just buy cases of figures because I just got tired of hunting, so I had cases of figures just rolling in, and they would just like, okay, here, girls, here's like 10 clones, just knock yourselves out, But I think Sappy has most of them still. I don't know. Unfortunately, I do think the action figure for kids is probably dead. I think,
But it'll live on through the adults.
It will, but I feel bad for the adults. Like I have the memories of playing with them, which is a way different memory than when I look at some of the newer stuff that I have a memory of buying it and just sitting it on my shelf. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like I think of I bought those, I bought the drop ships or the gunships, and the girls didn't really play with them. They were just more into the figures. So I basically bought them and they just sat on a shelf. So there was no memory for any of us, because the girls like the smaller hands-on stuff. But I think of I miss my old land speeder because that was the only ship I had for years. That was I pretended that was the Millennium Falcon. I pretended that was the X-wing, all that stuff. You know how many times Luke blew up the Death Star with the sand speeder?
The one with the little hood that popped open.
Yeah. That's where I kept as many guns as I could.
It's like a Volkswagen trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully, my dad was a collector already.
That's nice.
So I still have all of my. Now I don't know where some of it is, but most of my childhood toys, I still have them.
Nice.
And it's gotten to the point where it's like, okay, well, this is never going to get played with again, so it's been restored. Like the stickers on my X-wing are brand new. My Falcon still looks pretty new. I think the one thing that's a little rough around the edges are my because I had Anakin and Obi-Wan's Jedi Interceptors.
Talk to Toga. That's where Toga just one time I was saying Toga I was looking for some of those, and he found a bunch, and I think I didn't pay much for them. He sent me a whole box of them.
Like
'Cause
45
I wanted
bucks.
some when I was redoing the one room. I wanted ships to sit in front of the movie screen, but I didn't want ones that sat high to block the movie screen. So I wanted the Jedi ships or A-wings, and he found me an A-wing and a couple of the different ships. So.
Did they ever make a toy of the Jedi Interceptor that had the hyperspace ring?
Maybe it would have been an episode 3 thing almost exclusively if I had to venture a guess, but I don't know if I've seen one.
But see, they made a lot that people never saw because there was a weird point in time where it went to different stores. And so if you didn't have a store in your area and the internet wasn't as robust as it is now, so you never even knew a certain chip came out, because that was a pain when the big figures, like the
12-inch ones?
The 12-inch ones, you couldn't get some around here because they only came out in Schwartz or whatever.
Oh, the FAO Schwartz stores.
FAO Schwartz only had one. If you got a so-and-so on a Tauntaun at Walmart, you got the other person at Target. Speeder bikes are the same way. Jordan has the speeder bikes because I was looking at those Saturday. He has Leia and Luke on the speeder bikes, the big ones.
With the camouflage poncho kind of thing.
$49.99 each. I was like, man, that seems like a good price. I don't know what the big ones are going, but it's like $49 each seems really. You can barely get a 6-inch figure for $49 right now.
So the last figure that I bought, was the Din Djarin covered in mud with Grogu and the furry
Egg?
Mudhorn egg.
Yeah.
And that was $40. Like so now you were talking about the memories. Now, as the old guy that I am, I have 2 memories when it comes to getting these. So actually 3. Where did I get it? So did I get this at an event or something?
Right.
How much did I pay for it? And where am I now going to put this?
Yes.
And unfortunately, over the last few years, many of the things I've purchased it, put it in a visible place for a little while, and then as more things got accumulated, I would collect all of those and store them and then start the process over again.
Yeah.
So much of, and when I say much, I mean a lot of our Star Wars art and collectibles, unfortunately, they're in storage.
Well, and that's when collection becomes inventory.
Yes.
So
yep,
and
100%.
So my hot water heater went that one week where I had a fun week. So I drywalled that room. Wow, I had to take everything out while they changed the hot water heater. So I drywalled that whole room, and I'm getting ready to put all the shelving back in. And I think I have to take a long look at what's in there because I have to start getting rid of stuff. So, like I said, the sail barge is probably one of the first things I got to get rid of. I just have to, because that when I bought that was like, okay, Zoe's going to need book money her last year of college. I'm going to spend that money on this sail barge right now.
That'll probably be one book.
Well, yeah. Zoe is pretty smart because her professors usually give them a link where they can find PDFs.
Ah, okay.
So, because Temple's, I went to a state school. I like Millersville. That's where Safi goes. But the state school doesn't seem to understand that not everyone's rich when they go to college. Temple does understand that. So their philosophy on a lot of their stuff is to try to give the best education, no matter what socioeconomic standards that you come from. And you see that, you don't necessarily see it in a tuition price, but you see it in all the other little things that can rack up some pricing. Like I said, they like to get into their film school, you had to write an essay, but you didn't have to turn in a portfolio, because a lot of times the portfolio is if you went to a rich school that had a film program, rich high school. A lot of high schools don't have that. So that's one of the things I really enjoyed about that. But yeah, she doesn't, book wise, she surprised me, because my first semester of books was almost as much as tuition when I went in the 80s. And we didn't have the internet either, so you were stuck with whatever they wanted to sell you.
Right. I think you'll get a pretty good return on investment on that sail barge.
The sail barge is nice. I still have the yak face in the box with it. The yak face is selling for what I paid for the sail barge. And
the sail barge is probably going for double, if not triple, than what you paid for it as is.
Yeah. So I'm just going to sell. I got to find someone that wants it, that I don't have to. I don't want to mail it because, I'd rather find someone around here. I'll wait and see, like right after Celebration, when all the people that didn't go are wishing they had more Star Wars. Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, I don't know if you have any takers on this panel.
No, well, it's a beautiful piece, but if I was a figure collector, I think the sail barge is probably the best one they ever made, because it gives you a way to beautifully display your figures. But I'm not a figure guy, so I thought it was a cool piece.
And they had the skiffs that came out around the same time in Target and Walmart. So you could pick those up. You have a couple skiffs around it. You could build a little Sarlacc pit, and if you got the room for the split,
Sarlacc pit that someone built, which is awesome. So, and John, I sent you the pictures of the Batman grappling hook and stuff that I got. Sappy. That's for a bat pug. They were pretty cool. I just rewatched Batman on HBO this week. So.
Yep, I watched it with my mother for her birthday. Speaking of which, I'll be right back.
Okay.
You're going to watch Batman?
His mother just called or something.
Oh.
I'll turn his mic off in case he starts telling his mother how much he loves him. No, I like that Batman movie. But
The Robert Pattinson one?
yeah, did you see it? You saw it, right?
Yeah.
That's my favorite Batman movie now. So why are my comments? Oh, there we go. Where were we talking? We were just all over the place. I was hoping Anthony's asked me when we were going to be on today. I was hoping Anthony was going to jump on. Oh, there I see John give me a thumbs up. There we go. Sorry, John, I didn't lax on my. I have to work on my captions here too. I've been bad on my captions. There we go. Put John's caption out. I just have to make one long one for all of us.
Or is there a way of doing like a ticker that goes across the bottom?
No, I don't think so. Like there's if I make a graphic, I wonder if I make a graphic with animation that could possibly work. I want to learn all that, but I'm like I have robotics open house next week for we built a gonk droid in. I had students who didn't even know what a gonk droid was. They built a static gonk droid in about 45 minutes. I just give them a bunch of parts. So that's our mascot. So we got our gonk droid. As soon as it's done, I'll put some pictures up. Like puts all the greeblies on it. They don't even. I said greebly, and they look like I made up a word. Yeah.
You're talking old man language. What is
What's
that?
wrong with you, Mr. Hinton? Are you having a stroke? No.
Are you slurring?
Yeah.
What's a greebly?
He's cussing. No. But yeah, I have open house for that, and then we have this Saturday the robotics league that tells us our next what next season is. So I'm hoping it has some Star Wars theme. Last year it had a little bit of a Star Wars theme. So there's a I don't know if I was talking to you guys. There is a robotics documentary on Disney Plus, which is worth the watch if you're looking for an hour to kill. And again, I will stress to the two people watching and you guys, if you have a high school or middle school that has a robotics team and you can mentor them, anyone should think about it. Just because of the creativity with us, there's like I noticed that a lot of the smarter kids are so focused on academics that they forget how to have fun. Where the robotics kids, they might not want to do robotics for a living, but I can show them, look, if you're cool with this, you could just build something fun, like build an R2D2, and have fun with it. So that's my robotics plug. We had that. We had an active shooter drill today, which is always stressful.
I remember those in high school. Always so much fun.
Well, we have a guy come in a red suit now and walk through the building because it's a different drill than when you went to high school. Because now, so it used to be if there was an active shooter, you locked your doors and you hid in your room. Right? That's probably what you did, John, right? Shelter in place to a certain point.
To a degree, depending on if we had an accurate location.
Well, so now the way they flipped it is, as soon as you have an active shooter, they start calling out on the loudspeaker where he's at.
Yeah.
Phones, and then we have to decide individually as teachers and students. So the students don't have to agree with the teacher if you want to shelter or leave.
Oh, there you go.
Well,
yeah, because
I can see how that could be problematic.
Yeah,
it is problematic because as the educators, you're told to assess and do the best you can with what you know. But if I have a student that doesn't want to leave, and I feel it's safe to leave, that we should leave, I have to leave that student there.
Every man for himself.
You say that, but when you're trained and your life's work is to protect children, that's not a decision I hope I ever have to make.
Yeah, that I understand that.
I mean, and I'm talking middle school. I'm not talking high. I'm talking like I have kids that are like 11 and 12 years old. you know. And so if I have a panic-stricken child that doesn't want to leave, and I know that that's the safer option, I am not allowed to make that child leave. And then I have to decide, do I stay with that child, or you know what I mean? It's just a stressful situation for me every time we do it. I'm just it breaks my heart in so many ways.
Well, it's even just the fact that we're at that place.
Yes.
So it's 2022, and that's what we have to be instructing people
Yes.
about.
And it's funny because I thought of Star Wars when we were leaving the building. I was talking to a teacher, and I thought of my Han Solo blaster from 1977 or 78. It was a solid black gun, not a color orange, I think, anywhere. And we would run around that. And now, you know, because of just the world we live in, you know, we have to have orange tips, and it's just a weird. Like I used to sell airsoft in the 90s, and airsoft was big in Japan in the 80s, and they would have full scale lifelike replicas in Japan and play without any, because there's no guns in Japan. And then when they came to the United States, it kind of, the airsoft had a weird transition. Took about 10 years because the paintball people didn't want airsoft because it looked too much like real guns, and the airsoft people didn't want paintball guns because it didn't look like real guns. And it was a weird almost 10 years where it didn't really take hold until recently, you know. And it always makes me think back to Star Wars, and when we carry guns, like I know with the 501st there for a while, it's not as bad as it used to be. If you had decommissioned guns, which no one uses anymore because they're so expensive, you couldn't take them at certain events. Like if you went to Philly, you couldn't take like a decommissioned British Sterling as your, you know, E11. You know.
Well, even my weapon for my Mandalorian, it's a pole sword, and so it's a PVC pipe with wooden dowel in the middle of it. At the base are some PVC parts, and at the top, don't tell everyone this, but it's a Power Ranger sword that I have mounted on the end of this PVC pipe. Got approved, so I'm legit. It's okay. It made it through the app team, and that had to be checked. Like one of the members from the convention had to look over this 6-foot pole sword, which is plastic, wood, and paint, to give me some blue tape to say that this is approvable to walk around the event with.
Yeah.
And the person even went so far as to say, "Oh yeah, by the way, don't swing this around on the floor."
Yeah.
Okay, I give you my word that I will not.
Yeah, I think I've told the story on here before, but when the last time we were at Steel City, security had to check my holster. Oh, they only did it once because I think they're the same security guards over the weekend. But they got really nervous because they saw my Din Djarin blaster in my holster, and the event staff were like, "Hold on, we gotta check that." First off, that was not the first time I had walked in those doors that weekend.
Right.
Second off, I didn't get checked once the first time I went. Anyway, so I walk up to the sheriff that's standing there, and he's like, "Yeah, sorry, man, we gotta make sure." And my blaster gets stuck in the sights on the front of the muzzle gets stuck on the actual holster. So I'm struggling to pull it out, and I think I made the event staff a little nervous. So the security guard actually started tugging on it, and then he just stopped. And I'm like, "What'd I do?" And he's like, "Nah, you're fine. I can just tell by the weight." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'd hope so. It weighs half a pound."
Yeah, I always wonder when people come in with like the military type costumes. That must be nerve-wracking.
Oh yeah, like the Resident Evil or the
Resident Evil, because they have the Umbrella Corporation, and they look just like a police officer with a different patch on.
Well, how about the G.I. Joe folks? The G.I. Joe costume. I mean, not all of them are super fantastic. Some of them have, you know, weapons that absolutely mirror real life ones.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a weird time.
Then you go up on the con floor and you can buy a sword.
I
You
know.
can buy buy a metal sword that could, if it fell on you, could decapitate you or whatever.
All bat with barbed wire, fake barbed wire. I'm not worried about the barbed wire if you're hitting me in the head with a baseball bat.
Thanks, Negan.
Yeah. That's just a weird. It's just a weird thing, you know. Not. It's weird because I sometimes feel like they will restrict the toy guns, not one way or the other for gun, but sometimes I feel like they put us through the ringer for more for the fake guns than you do for real guns, which is kind of weird, you know. But yeah, I know the old con. Well, I know it. I think it's Celebration and all the Reed Pop ones. They usually have a separate line. If you're going in with any kind of weapon, you have to check it, and then they put they used to just put a weird zip tie, like an odd colored zip tie on your, you know, which is a weird because you can go buy colored zip ties. And, they're using blue today, you know. But
well, for mine, it was blue painter's tape.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was.
Oh, that's a rare. You don't find that much in.
Yeah, I think at Colossal Con they did purple zip ties.
Yeah. Yeah, they zip tied Zoe's pistols. I'm like, really? They don't even look like the. I understand a gun like, you know, like a Han Solo blaster that looks like but like Sabine, especially when she used to have her old ones were just blocks of wood cut. I just cut in that shape and painted sides on them, and maybe like, oh yeah, we got to check those, you know.
Well, I mean, if you look back historically, unfortunately, you know, in the real world, people have been, you know, hurt by other people because they thought they had real weapons.
Yeah.
You know, the kid who was playing with a laser tag gun and, you know, was hurt. That kind of stuff.
I think for cons, I think there was one person that went in a con with a real gun, not too terribly long ago, probably in the last 4 years that I heard about, but I don't think anyone got hurt.
Well, for the Mandalorian mercs, you can't even use a gun that fires. So, for instance, a lot of people will use either airsoft or Nerf guns as the base of their weapons.
Yeah.
And it has to be modified in such a way that it can no longer shoot a projectile. So it can't shoot a Nerf ball. It can't shoot a Nerf dart. It can't shoot anything. That's a good, because the airsoft ones, I took all the guts out of my airsoft one just to make it lighter. Like as heavy as mine is, it was twice as heavy when it.
It's a futile effort.
Yeah. Oh well, no, it was twice. There was a giant battery in that sucker that weighed even more. You know.
Jesus.
But I completely understand that part. You know, because I know just getting shot with those stupid blaster trooper darts is annoying. And if you have every other person in the con running around shooting somebody with something, you know.
Well, those Nerf guns that shoot the balls, those are even faster than the darts.
Yeah, I have the Stormtrooper blaster of that from Force Awakens. I shoot Sappy with once in a while when she's playing a game.
Yeah, I see. The 501st takes I believe it's the 501st takes that even a step further, where it can't even have a working trigger.
Yeah, I don't think that's the 501st. I mean,
it might be the Mando mercs. I've read so many CRLs the last 2 months.
Because the 501st, if I remember correctly, they don't require any kind of weapons. So there's really not much restriction on weapons, because some countries you can't have a weapon at all.
Right.
Oh, wow. You know, like you can't have anything. So I remember years ago they took that off the CRL. But
just this year for the Mandalorian mercs, they even went beyond the weapons, and so you all know how Boba Fett had the Wookiee braids.
Yeah.
Well, they have a new gore clause, and that you can't have anything on your costume that it serves as a trophy that would have come from a sentient being.
Oh, unless you're Boba Fett. Yeah,
unless you're Boba Fett, because then that's part of a canon costume. And it was the weird thing for me is that came out the same year that in the book of Boba Fett, you know, Boba Fett was presented with a full Wookiee pelt as one of those things from one of the other crime families. But the Mandalorian merc said, yeah, nope, we can't do anything. You can't have I couldn't put a human skull
Right.
sticker or emblem on my costume because humans are sentient, so you can't use it as a trophy or anything like that.
Now, what about droids?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think that might lead to a very weird nerd debate that
Yeah.
wouldn't be which could be fun and or could be awful at the same time.
Well, droid, you could always even if you chopped its head off, you can always put it in another body.
right. I don't know. I feel like that takes the gore clause to a bit of an excessive standpoint. Like, I get you don't want like a bloody skull hanging off of a belt, but the fact that I can't have a skull emblem or decal on the armor, I think that's taking it just a touch too far.
And I know what happens with some of it, and some of the people in the 501st didn't get it. I tried to explain to some people, because there was always people that would point their guns at people when we got pictures, and I tried to explain to people, like, I wasn't trying to get into a gun debate, but there is a large percentage of people that love guns, and there is just as large of a percentage of people that don't like guns, and they tolerate the guns for the movie, but they don't want to point it at their kid.
Mm-hmm.
And so Lucasfilm and the 501st said, don't point guns at people for pictures unless they ask. We're not supposed to, like, sometimes, like, a lot of times I'll hand my gun to a kid and I'll see, and you can see in my peripheral vision, I'll see if the parent, then I won't, but I'll put my hands up like they're pointing the gun at me, so just to take that off. And I think the gore, I understand what John's saying, like, not having a skull, that is kind of weird, but that also, you can look at it too, is maybe they want to see more mythosaur skulls.
Yeah, right, so wasn't the mythosaur skull? Isn't that still a sentient being in canon?
I think they mean, like, don't they mean more like human-ish being?
Yeah, that's what I think what they're going with.
Like,
I
think you could still have mythosaur skulls and all that. You just can't have, like, above intelligence. Like, you can't have a Wookiee skull. You can't have a Trandoshan skull, something like that. Because some of the costumes there for a while were getting a little weird. Like, they'd have a severed head of Jar Jar carrying around, just
Yep.
And that also doesn't mean you can't do that on a costume. It just means you don't troop in that costume.
And you don't put that in your application. Like, that's not part of your app team photos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the nitpicking to a slight degree. But if it's just humanoid, I'm a little less bothered by that.
I am pretty sure it's just humanoid. It's just anything, like, it's anything that's would be considered a humanoid in Star Wars. Like, you can have a Jawa skull or anything like that.
Which I wonder what that would even look like.
Well, depending on what you read, they're supposed to be rat-like or rodent-like. Jawas are one of those things I hope they never show us what they are.
Yeah, just leave them hooded with the light-up eyes.
Yeah.
Same thing with Tuskens to a certain degree.
Yeah, I hope Tuskens still. I would be extremely disappointed if they, like, unwrap them and they're just, like, regular people, or I don't know. I would be disappointed if we found out any more about Tuskens, personally.
I'm still holding out to get that Tusken dance instruction video so I can learn how to do the fire dance before.
I got to put the date up for the Tusken party, though. It's in June. I just got to put it up this week. Zoe, some people verified it. I just got to put it up. I've been, like I said, work and drywall. This is where I feel old. Two things made me feel old. I don't know if I said it last time, is when I saw Ice-T on the back of my Cheerio box promoting good health, the rapper Ice-T, because I remember when Ice-T was, like, hated by police, and you know what I mean, like, in the 80s, and now he's promoting.
So you're saying that Ice-T sold out? No,
it's just I feel old that Ice-T should not be promoting healthy living on the back of a Cheerios box. It just doesn't seem right. I don't know if he sold out. I just figured, I don't know. That made me feel old. But and hanging drywall. Man, I used to be able to hang like 30 sheets of drywall and go do something the next day. I hung like 8 pieces of drywall. I feel like I fell off a roof. So. But I have nowhere else to hang drywall. So I honestly, hopefully, will never have to hang drywall again. Because there's
Well, at least this week.
There's nowhere in my house left. I can't hang. There's no unless a car runs through the side of my house.
Don't say that out loud.
Yeah, don't manifest
ask
that.
for it.
If an airplane crashes through my roof.
Well, you're going to need to hang drywall in whatever storage facility we create for the inflatable Falcon. I mean, it's going to have to go somewhere.
You know what?
That's
If I have to hang drywall for anything, I hope it is the inflatable Falcon. So yeah,
Hanger 94.
Again, I lied. I will have to hang like a half a sheet of drywall when I make this round doorway. That's my next thing. So as soon as I get these boxes out of this room, the round doorway for the back of the Millennium Falcon starts.
Nice.
Everything else done.
Oops,
And
I'm going to step away for a moment. I got to take the dog out. I'll be right back.
Okay. IG-11 is printed from the knees down.
There you go.
The last knee pieces will be done at midnight tonight, and then I start the upper legs. So that was 3 spools of filament.
Jeez.
For IG-11. Now I still have 2/3 of a spool left. So probably 3 spools will get me up to his waist.
Mm.
And then I just got to do the body and the arms, the arm and the head. The head's probably going to take up a spool in and of itself.
Yeah, that'll take quite a bit. Now with the Tuscan party, do you know if it's early or late June?
Late June.
Okay.
Why? Are you going away?
No, I'm trying to get my dad to go with me.
Cool.
And I think he's got something in either the early or mid June.
This would be, I think, I gotta look. Zoe sent me the date, and I think what we're gonna do is try to do a 2-day. So if people can come one or both of the days, and we'll just try to get as much stuff done as we can and get. I just got to start. It's just April like disappeared. Like it was like February, and all of a sudden we're like looking at May. So I don't know.
It's going to be a weekend, right? Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, it'll be a Saturday and a Sunday.
Okay. Yeah, because what I'll probably have to do is I'll probably just have to switch a day off at work. Because I'm going to try and just be there for both days.
Yeah. Like I said, we'll make something just to make it people worth the trip. I know Toga wants to come out, and Marty can't do it that Saturday, but if I do it on a Sunday as well, then he could do it. Because he got all these people getting married and stuff like that. So gotta get
you can finally get married again.
Yeah,
and have a wedding.
He lucked out. We are having a Tuscan party. Oh yeah, we are having a Tuscan party, and building Tuscan masks. So I still think I'm going to print the face piece, and the rest will build, because I think if I print the whole heads, it's just going to be too expensive and too long. I just got to figure out how many people want to actually build Tuscans. But Safi's is just the face piece, and then the rest is just made with foam.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an easier wear that way. So
yeah. Ark, I'm a little mad. Yeah, I DM'd you on TikTok and you never got back to me.
Oh.
I'm hurt. This was like a week ago.
He's busy. He's and then I got to paint this. I think this little one, which I'll print the bigger one once my IG-11's printed. But I think this will be the next giveaway on Zoe's podcast. I'm just going to paint it up with a display. Put all the.
Yeah, where did you find the file for that? Because I could not find it for the life
bought
of me.
this somewhere, and I just got to find it. I forget who I bought it from. I'm bad about that. Like I buy them, but I looked up Clone Wars Micro Series helmet, and it's a nice file. Like it's and I printed with no supports on the inside.
Oh, that's not bad.
And I know you like to print yours upside down, but I stopped the supports right here, so I still I wanted supports in this groove.
Right.
But I didn't even put supports under that. And that printed with no supports on the back of that thing. So, and this printed, I mean, it wasn't a long print, but yeah, I'll make the next one bigger. This one I'm just going to paint like a grunt, I think, and then I'll paint the next one up. But I'll send that to Zoe for her to give on her giveaway.
Yeah, because I want to do a Fordo now. I'm either going to do a realistic phase 1, because I need a phase 1 in my collection now. I've been noticing that.
Well, if you don't have it made by the time you come over for the Tuscan party, I'll just let you mold an animated one.
True.
Ken made one, right? Ken
That was so cool. That was such an awesome day.
And I now have a mold for the pilot too.
Mm.
Do you still have the mold for the who's the rebel that had the what was it?
The cadet?
Yes, the cadet.
Yeah, I still have the mold for cadet too. Yeah, I have the cadet mold. I have a new clone helmet mold that actually has a fin built in. It's a version 2 of that one you got, Ken. It's just slightly different. I have a mold, the mold that you made, Ken, and I have the pilot mold, all one piece. So the pilot and everything comes in one piece. And
you just store all these?
Hmm?
You just store all these in your garage?
Oh yeah, my garage is all molds. Like the tubs, I probably spent a couple $100 just on tubs to put all these molds in. And I don't even, like I said, I don't even want to know what the molds cost, because a helmet mold, to make a good one, is now with the price of stuff, you're talking $300-400 minimum to make a mold. Minimum. That's a small mold. And now I have a better way to make them, so I can make them better, but they don't take more material, they just take more time. But it makes them last longer. Live and learn.
Yeah, because right now you can probably get, what, 15-20 pulls out of a mold? Or
you take care of your mold, you can get 100. If people are, that's because of the way they make it. If you skimp on making a mold, you'll get 15-20 pulls. But if you make a really good mold, because that clone
and
mold,
take care of it along the way, because you
got to take care of it along the way. Got to use talc powder. You got to make sure that no metal ever touches it. You got to make sure you use good good silicone. It's you just spend it. Most of my errors in my molds is just because I didn't know what I was doing. Because when we made 000, I had no clue how to make a mold. I had made one mold before in my entire life, and we were just like, okay, we can do this. And every mold,
I saw it on the YouTubes.
I had to remake. I've remade or repaired so many molds. I just repaired Marty's mold for his underskull for Chewbacca. I just repaired that at the beginning of the winter. Made a new mold for it and everything. Made a new mother mold. I'm getting really good at repairing molds. Actually, I enjoy repairing a mold as much as I do making them.
You should join Tom Spina's team.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping Zoe gets a job, and they just need that old cadre guy in the mold shop. The guy that can say, back in my day,
we only had one Star Wars movie.
Yeah. We had to walk
none of this episode crap.
Yeah. So.
Actually, going back to the Tuscan party, have you come up with a recipe yet, or an ingredients list for all of us?
I am working on it. I was just at Lowe's, and they had a 16-foot 2x12 cut in half, so it was on the clearance rack of 70% off. So I can make 4, if this works out right, I can make 4 rifles with that one board. So that means the wood for those costs less than $9 for 4 rifles.
Wow.
So I'm working. The main thing that's worrying me is the cloth, to be honest with you, is because the monk's cloth we just have to buy. I just got to wait till I have a good coupon, and we just buy a bunch of that for the outer robe. The inner robe is the one that we want to get something that has a woven pattern, but it's slightly different than the monk's cloth. That's all. So I just have to work on that. The rest of the stuff, like the Greeblies, I'm just going to make a dragon skin mold. Like I 3D printed all those eyes, and I have a bunch. But I'm thinking if we use 3D printed eyes, it'll be impossible to get them done in a weekend because people have to sand them, prime them, smooth them out. So that's a whole day. So if I do one pair between now and June, throw them in some dragon skin, we can mold the eyes. You know, I can have them all molded, and here's all your Greeblies for your head. So we're talking like if I just do them in regular resin, all the Greeblies per Tuscan should cost less than probably like $5-6 total for eyes, stalks, nose piece. Then I just got to figure out the face piece, and that's one of the ones. I think the face piece, if I can get the file cut down right, then between John, myself, Marcus, and Marty, we'll, because it's going to boil down to maybe 10 of us making them, and we figure out, hey, look, if we all print 3 or 4 and have a couple extra to do the face, and then it's just going to be down to the cloth, the rags, and stuff like that. So,
what about the boots? What boots do they usually use?
I would say a lot of guys just use rubber boots and then wrap them because they want to be kind of big. It just depends. Like you don't want to go super expensive on the boots because you're going to cover them with rags, but you don't want ones that are going to like be painful to wear either. So
that sounds incredibly hot, though.
Yeah, well, so the girls when I made theirs boots, I got like I don't even think Payless is around anymore, but Payless had like cheapo, like they almost look like black Uggs, like slightly furry, slightly insulated, and I just
Fugs. They got Fugs.
Yeah,
faux Uggs.
Yeah, and I
Not
just
what I was thinking.
I just wrapped those with rags. I just wrapped those with rags. It just comes down to a comfort area. You want to make them comfortable. And some guys use like the green like farming boots, but they just look so uncomfortable. So it just. You
mean like rain boots? Those kind of?
Yeah, they'll just use rain boots and they'll just.
Oh, I would definitely wouldn't want to be hiking around in those. I don't even like walking the dog wearing those.
Right.
I don't know though. If you're using like the farm boots they're called muck boots.
Yeah, yeah.
If you now obviously like you said you're covering them in rags and they're meant to be a costume piece, but if you get a half decent pair of muck boots, they're not bad because we wear them here around the farm.
Yeah, so it depends on what people want to wear. So like I said, I didn't think of it as being hot because if you're in a Tuscan, the last thing you're gonna be worried about is your feet are hot. You're gonna be hot everywhere else anyway. So you just want your feet to be comfortable. So that's why I bought the girls the padded ones. And then what I did for the girls, which I think we'll do for this is, we'll get everyone to just buy a long sleeve T-shirt or something, and you cut a thumb hole in it so you can put your sleeve over your thumb, and then you actually glue the arm wraps on that shirt, so you don't have to wrap your arms every time you put the costume on.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-wrap it, you slide your hand in there, you throw your gloves over it, now you have your arm wraps, that go right in there for you. That's what we did for Safi's Tuscan. It was a long sleeve T-shirt, and we just wrapped it all the way up past the elbow, and she just stuck her arms in it.
Now you'd probably want a size or 2 up from what you normally wear. That way you can comfortably get it over your.
Right. But you want you can cut the neck out. You cut because you're not going to see it. You just cut the neck out because like Safi's was just a big large T-shirt. You mainly just need the sleeves, So like even if you want to have connectable sleeves with a snap, that's fine too. Because you'll wear like a tunic. Now I gotta look more at them because I don't even think those Tuscans, they just wore black pants, if I remember correctly. Because they weren't dressed like regular Tuscans because they knew ahead of time that they were going to be riding on speeder bikes.
Yeah, right? that would have been really hard to ride a speeder bike in a robe.
Yeah, so
because we know Tuscans don't wear anything under the robe. I mean,
right.
Everything would be blowing in the breeze. Yeah. Because it's like riding a bantha.
Yeah. Well, what I got to do is I probably got to go to like a Barnes and Noble, and sometimes the Star Wars Insider magazine always does that like compilation. It'll say Boba Fett season 1. I'll probably have to just get one of those books that has some good stills of the.
Ooh. Hang on.
Uh-oh. John's going to get us some Tuscan stuff.
Is that the one that you just picked up? Is that the baby one?
That's my.
You walk.
He looks more like what's the guy the guy that saves the trees from Dr. Seuss?
The Lorax?
He looks like a Lorax. He looks like
Because he doesn't have he doesn't have anything leather on him. He needs like a bandolier or a leather hood or
no. You know who he looks like? He looks like the guy from the Ewok movies, the old guy.
Wilford Brimley.
Doesn't he look like Wilford Brimley?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think he has diabetes.
He might. Now we lost all of our diabetic customers.
Yeah, so I got this for Christmas. Is the ultimate? Sorry, bit of a glare. The ultimate Star Wars encyclopedia.
Nice. Now, does it have the
Visual
Tuscans
dictionary?
from Boba Fett?
It does not.
So
However,
it's not that. I'm gonna have to take that. It's the almost ultimate.
yeah. To be fair, this
Very
was
nearly ultimate.
Yeah, this was after the Rise of Skywalker came out.
Oh,
God, do
okay.
they have an index? I don't think this is so much easier because it. I mean, it's almost 400 pages.
Does it have Ken in it?
Ken?
Yeah, you guys both know that Ken is a canon character, right?
No, I did not.
Ken was Emperor Palpatine's grandson.
Ah.
So actually, I don't know if it's canon. It was probably from the expanded universe, but
Yeah, I don't see a Ken in here. I've got Kathleen Kennedy.
oh,
Now, are the Tuscans from the Book of Mandalore? Are they called Tuscans? Is Tuscans a racist thing?
I think Sand People is the racist thing.
Oh, okay, but,
Yeah.
but did all the Tuscans attack Fort Tuscan? Because that's where they got their name from.
Oh my god. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 different pages for Tuscan Raiders.
Nice.
Fantastic. All right, let's start with 28.
I want my Tuscan to have one of those necklaces like the chief had. Similar, but not the same.
I want to do the 6-armed creature. That
that's a combo costume. You need a partner for that.
yeah.
All right, so the first one was just, hey, Anakin killed some Tuscan Raiders.
And not just the men. The
No,
women and children too.
Children. They're dogs.
The Massives.
See, I'm trying to find a good picture of these Tuscans. And I almost think in some ways, because of the black robes, they're going to be slightly easier. Because
Well, here's a related question that I don't think we've really explored yet. How do we come up with Tuscan names?
just go, no, you know what? I have a book. I have a book of the Tuscan language.
How to speak Tuscan?
I think so. Hang on, let me first.
I heard of the book How to Speak Wookiee, but I didn't know they had How to Speak Tuscan.
I got to go find this book now. Let me see. Okay, let me share this one picture. Maybe.
So they don't really have anything good about the Tuscans in here, but I just so happened to flip to a page of the inner workings of the Jedi holocron.
Nice. I was going to build one of those. Now I can. All right, so I don't know how big this picture is going to. Of course it won't. I'm a dual screen. It does not let me zoom in on this, but you can see there. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it should be Command Scroll.
Yeah, but I have dual screens, so it gets a little weird.
Ah,
All right, so see these? So it looks like they still have the underrobe, but look at the color patterns. Like they all have the shorter eye stalks, of course, but the three out front, they have a sash, which is kind of cool because Safi always wore a sash on hers. But it looks like they have more of like an open, like a shorter robe. Like the third one from the left, his robe doesn't go past the bottom of that bike.
More
So
like a tunic sort of thing.
yeah, it's almost like a long shirt,
Hmm.
which is a pretty good. And then if you look at their boots, they're basically like the size of UGG boots, and you can just see that they're wrapped.
now is there a CRL for
There's not.
these yet?
I don't think there's a CRL for the new ones yet.
Hmm.
So let me go. I'm gonna go see if I can grab that Tuscan book. You guys, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Ken, just kind of flipping through this. The funny thing is, I haven't really had the opportunity to read this since Christmas. There is 2 pages for Captain Rex and 1 paragraph for the Tusken Raiders. So you can see where Boba Fett gets a pretty nice.
That's a nice spread.
Right.
Does it have a picture of Jeremy Bullock without his helmet on?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Because sometimes it's for me those encyclopedias. I'm like, are they just doing like in-universe kind of entries, or are they doing some of the behind the? And I love all of them. If I had, more bookshelves and more room, I would get every single book that there is out there because they're just all so amazing.
Right. I think there is some behind the scenes stuff in here. Again, I haven't had a chance to flip through all of it.
One of the books I recently got was a year by year, and what they do in that book is talk about all the things that happen from releasing video games to comics to they started principal photography or ended post-production.
There is 2 scenes for the behind the scenes, or 2 pages for behind the scenes.
That's cool.
Yeah, however, that's just vehicles and ships. I wonder if there's... Yeah, because this is broken down by characters, technology. Okay, yeah, so it looks like they did a behind the scenes for each chapter, if you will.
Oh, nice. That book probably has to weigh 5 pounds.
It's hefty. It's hard. I mean, it's a hardback too.
Some of the books you can't just read on your lap. You need a table in front of you because they're just so big.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, this is it's in depth. So I mean, if it's something it's definitely it's a good coffee table thing to have.
Nice.
We're all gonna have a whole bunch of books after talking to each other.
Right. I was very close to ordering the Vault book as well.
All right, so this is the Galactic Phrase Book and Travel Guide.
Interesting.
When your kids are Jawas, you buy. Let's see. Jawa Sand People. It's called Sand People or Worse. That's the chapter. All right.
What year is this, Rob?
This is. It's a Del Rey book. It is from. I don't see it. 2001, first edition.
Makes sense.
All right, Sand People or Worse. Here's the comic.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. And it says, oh man, greetings. Here's this. This is just how to speak Tuscan. All right. Greetings is AARGH. How do you say it?
Arg?
Yeah, it's ARG.
We come in peace. RU RAH RAH
Row your boat.
Yeah. I just put it. Let me see if I can.
See, Google Translate doesn't have Tuscan.
See if I can put. Yeah,
They do have Klingon though.
well, it's dirty Klingon.
Really? I wonder if do they have Elvish from Lord of the Rings?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I surrender.
Probably.
Here's all the phrases they give you for Tuscans, right? Greetings, I come in peace, I surrender, please leave my clothes. This time calculator belongs to my mother.
I've said all of those words, but I don't think I've said all of those words in that order.
Okay, but this is all the ones they give you. And then they say, don't move, hands up, drop your weapon, I mean you no harm, where's the nearest water, which way to the nearest settlement. That's all they have for Tuscans. And then they have...
Do they have International Tuscan Sign Language in there?
They do not. This is pre that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I need a TSL guide here.
Here it says, to the end of an awkward encounter like this, the recommendation procedure is to take away the Tuscan Raider's footwear, thus stranding him in some extent and giving them time to get a sizable head start if he chooses to pursue. Removing the power pack from his weapon also gives you a bit of an advantage, but stealing it is not good policy and should not be considered only if you feel truly threatened. Tuscan Raiders often have some rudimentary understanding of Huttese and Jawaese, since their habitat brings them in frequent contact with these groups. Therefore, you can resort to those languages as a possible alternative. And they give you a whole bunch of Jawa. Like Jawa is like,
Utini, Martini.
This is a funny book because Zoe used to love this book when she was being a Jawa. So
I want to hear you and Zoe having a conversation in Tuscan.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But Jawas, there's a number that Jawas don't like. There was a number that they don't believe in. I forget what it is. Oh yeah, 7 does not exist in the Jawa arithmetic.
Explain, please.
I have no clue. Okay, but they don't like the number 7. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 100, 1,000.
Well,
100,000.
Maybe the Jawas are afraid of 7.
Maybe.
Just 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, 9.
Damn it.
Come on.
You softballed that one, and we all took a swing at it.
Well, so I had a really bad joke for my wife. So we had chili last night, right? And I sent her a text today because normally I don't send her texts at work, but I was having a bad day. So I said, "Oh, Missy, my pants are very cold today." And then I waited and I texted her back because all my parts are chilly. And and I didn't see the face she made, but it was probably more of one of those like, "What the hell's wrong with you?" faces. But it made me laugh. So
one of the things I'd like to do for my Tuscan, I don't know how to do it. I know that for the folks who go in costume at Disney, they have a soundboard that's connected to their gloves.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do certain, like if they squeeze their index finger, one phrase comes out. If they squeeze their middle finger, another. I would love to be able to do that with Tuscan because there is no way I'm going to be able to do Tuscan howls and roars and, please, Mom, leave my calculator with my clothes by the front door.
Well, you can buy the sound gloves and program them in. So I looked at one of those for the girls when they were Jawas, and the problem I always have with those sound gloves, whoever makes them, they're not made to be worn. If that makes any sense, because every wire breaks. So I took an iPod Shuffle, and I took Jawa phrases and I just put them on a loop, but I put big long spaces between them. So the girls eventually learned the order of their phrases. Ran the iPod Shuffle, put an elastic band around their hand so they shot it like Spider-Man. They just hit the play button. Ran the headphone cord up their arm, and they just wore it was called a mini bomb speaker. They were like a $5 speaker. They just wore around their neck in a lanyard under their cloak. and then they just hit that when they wanted to make a noise. So
I need to be able to do that.
yeah, so you just find, I don't know where if you can still get iPod shuffles. At the time, I was buying them at like GameStop. They were like $10 or something like that. I
I
doubt
bet you
there's
they're.
huh?
I bet you they're still about $10 on eBay.
Yeah. Well, and you could probably just get a generic one, and then
A Zune.
yeah, or whatever. Yeah, are they still around? But they what I did with the Jawas, I put it in GarageBand and I tweaked the pitch, so Zoe and Sappy sounded different. So I took the soundboard sound and just tweaked it a little bit so Sappy sounded a little higher. So, but yeah, you can get clean sounds. They have the Star Wars soundboards all over the place. Used to be able to go on Lucasfilm. I think they took them off, but there used to be some on Lucasfilm's website.
Well, one of the books I have, I'd love to figure out how to do this. So it's the sounds of Star Wars, and it has thousands of Ben
nice.
Burt sounds that you could hook up your headphones to this little speaker box, and as you're looking through the book, let's say I want to play sound 756, I push 756 and enter, and it plays the sound of that thing through the headphones.
Oh, nice.
And if I could figure out how to connect that to a computer to record the sounds,
just get a headphone jack and hook it through your mic. If you have a mic jack, just get like on your computer, you just loop it from your headphone jack right into your mic jack.
Oh, okay.
And then you just hit it and just have whatever. Like I use Apple, so I use GarageBand. I would just record it in GarageBand.
Okay. That's another one of those Star Wars books, like the encyclopedia, it's incredible. Absolutely, positively incredible. There's little blurbs about where the sound came from, whether,
Nice.
Ben Burt was recording walruses wrestling crocodiles or whatever, or the 1956 Mustang rolling down the road with one flat tire. He recorded so many random things for sounds in Star Wars.
Yeah, I had the conversation about Ben Burt and how the hyperdrive failing was a failing jet engine or a plane engine with my dad the other night. He had no idea. It's like, did you know? And I'm like, yeah, that's arguably the second most iconic sound that he did.
My favorite sound is the Sando Aqua Beast from Naboo.
Oh, that's cool.
You want to know the origin of that sound?
What's
Yes.
that?
Ben Burt's baby.
Oh, really?
So he recorded his baby when she was much younger, and she made these like guttural grunts, and so it became the sound for one of the largest creatures on Naboo.
Yeah, Zoe just sent me a text. They had their Temple Awards, similar to the Dundies, but she just got new Staff Member of the Year award.
Oh, that's awesome! Send her congratulations from us, please.
I am.
Is that equivalent to assistant to the manager?
I think it's
That's about the extent of my Office references for you there.
Oh, you got to watch it if you're gonna make that fan film. Come on.
There was a meme going around Facebook of in a similar vein here of it goes, I refuse to watch Star Wars for the simple fact that it carries more weight to have not seen them. Same with The Office. I refuse to watch it just because it matters more that I haven't seen it than if I have.
I guess like certain shows like I have a fondness for Seinfeld, because Seinfeld was one of those last shows where you had to watch it on Thursday night, because at the time I worked at a car dealer and that's what everyone talked about on Friday. So you had to set your VCR and you had to watch it on Thursday night. So it had that neat thing to it. Office again, I think mainly just for The Office. I think if you just watch the intro, we could make a Star Wars intro just like that. Like that could be our fan film to start.
The Browns did it. It's very easy to parody.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I feel like that's we could definitely do that.
I had another idea for one of those brief Star Wars sketches.
Yeah.
And so you see this group of Tuscans, it's like 3 or 4 of them, and they're just carrying on a conversation like we're carrying on now.
Mhm.
And then you hear in the distance somebody approaching, and when they come onto screen, the Tuscans start talking in Tuscan, and then they leave because the people who came on scene couldn't understand them, so they kept going. Like, phew, almost caught us.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Well, have you ever seen the Tuscans are a bad shot? The sand, how bad the shot Tuscans are.
No.
It's very similar to stormtroopers being some of those stormtrooper shots, but they did a Lego video of the Tuscan shot. Yeah, let me see if I can turn it on. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Might have to watch a YouTube commercial for a minute. Come on. Want to see a Motorola? Can you guys hear it?
Quite well,
Yeah, I can
yes.
These blast points on the Sandcrawler, too accurate for sand people. Only stormtroopers are so precise. I don't know, Ben. Have you seen stormtroopers in combat? Trust me, Luke. Sand people are much, much worse.
That's all.
I feel like I've seen that actually.
I have never seen that, and I need to see more of that.
It's been around for a while. 2015, so it's been
Yeah.
around. Zoe showed me that when she was a little kid, like real, before we thought we were ever going to be building Tuscans.
Yeah, I just need a date for that, and I'm solid because
Here,
if it's
let me see.
You're bringing a date?
well, I'm
We
bringing
don't
my
have-
dad.
We don't have.
Oh, okay.
we don't
Because
have-
I wasn't sure if we're talking about the same party.
Let me see.
I just need a date for that.
Let me look. I'm scrolling through. Why is my kid's text? She texts me a lot of stuff.
That's a good thing. It means you're staying in contact with your children.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hard time next year. I'm just telling you all that right now. It's not gonna be good. I'm gonna
But
do that.
you can thank COVID for the advancements in
Yeah,
video
no, yeah.
television.
And you know what? I do appreciate the time I got with my kids, because of COVID. If that makes any sense, because I got some extra time that I wouldn't have gotten. So, hang on. I got way too many. No. There we go. No. All right, let's see. I'm just gonna ask her. She has it written down.
Yeah, because it's either. I mean, if it's late June, it's either the weekend of the 18th or the 25th.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. It's one of those two. I just don't know which one. Maybe we'll just get the inflatable Falcon by then. Maybe they'll say, you know what, you guys. I would like to know how many of those they sold. Like, I'm guessing less than 10.
It has to be. There's not enough people to shell out $10,000.
Right, and a
Well,
lot
think
of
about all the bounce house companies that there are, though. So they may have sold many more than we think.
But
there's
10
none,
grand?
there's none around here. Like I looked, you know, like there's
Yeah. Well,
people.
also look where we are. Look where we are. We're not necessarily in,
But we're
Star
in
Wars worshipping areas.
But we are in prime baby making area.
we're in the New York, Baltimore, D.C. area, Philly area. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not, but you guys are.
That's true. What do you have out there? You have what's in Ohio? You have Cleveland,
We have
right?
corn.
Corn. Well, we have corn here too. We have corn and tobacco.
I don't think we have tobacco. I think we just have corn.
Our tobacco has made a comeback here. The Amish have, you know.
Well, I do live in the Garden State.
That's true. But
Yeah.
Jersey's weird because, like, it gets portrayed one way. Like, as growing up as a kid, I thought Jersey was nothing but, like, Atlantic City looking, you know.
I can honestly say I never anticipated living in New Jersey.
Really? Now, where you came from?
I came from upstate New York.
Yeah, well, that's like
Mm.
country bumpkin, super.
Oh, goodness, yeah. I mean, I live 10 miles from Lake Ontario, and we would, no joke, get 100 inches of snow in a season. Now that I live 20 minutes from the ocean, it's a absolutely different world.
Do you live near Tom's River?
Not too far.
Oh, you know Tom?
Yeah.
Because my sister-in-law used to have a beach house there until the one hurricane basically wiped all those places out.
Oh, yeah. The boardwalk was. They had a whole like roller coaster,
Yeah.
in the ocean because it took out a bunch of that stuff.
But her beach house was like 100 feet from the ocean. We would go there and just like walk, to the ocean. And then when that came, and then my wife's sister and her brother-in-law wanted us to like go in and like buy into it, and their idea of like buying into it was like more than my house cost. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not.
Fordo's getting some potatoes. Funny
Boil
story
them,
about.
fry them, cooking them in a stew.
Hold on. Funny story about potatoes. So I was at Taco Bell today getting lunch,
Okay.
and I'm not vegan or vegetarian, but I really like their potatoes to substitute them for their meat.
Mm-hmm.
So I was ordering a chalupa, and I like tomatoes on their own, but I don't like tomatoes on anything else. So I said, yeah, can I get a chalupa supreme with no tomatoes, add potatoes? And she's like, so wait, do you want tomatoes or no? I said, no tomatoes, but add potatoes, mash them, stick them in a stew. Totally went right over the lady taking my order's head. And I'm like, have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? She's like, no. I'm like, all right, potatoes.
No, but I did have a second breakfast.
So I actually got to use that phrase in the real world today.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I'm waiting here from Zoe. If you ask for it fresca, I think it is, that's the vegan way.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say fresca, no meat. And that takes out all the dairy as well.
Oh, see, but I want cheese and sour cream and all that jazz still on there.
Well, next time, I'm going to make you my vegan mac and cheese. You don't have a nut allergy, do you?
No, but I tell people I do.
Okay. Well, I make a vegan mac and cheese, and instead of the cheese, I use cashews.
Bless you.
Yeah, and it's very good. It's very good.
Hold on, what?
I use cashews.
These are two very different consistencies here.
No. So I blend them up, and I put some spices in them. Put a little water and this, and you put some nutritional yeast and all that, and it gives it a cheese flavor. And it's.
How do you know?
How
do you know?
I've only been vegan for 8 years.
Oh, okay.
So, if I was not vegan, I don't think anyone should go vegan unless they want to. But if I was not vegan, I probably wouldn't be able to wear my costume anymore, because the arthritis was so bad in my knees that I got rid of my desk at work because once I sat down, it was practically impossible to stand back up. Like when I got out of my car, I literally thought I was going to be using a cane within the next year before I went vegan.
Yikes.
You know, and within a month of not eating dairy, my limp went away and I could bend my knees. So it's not for everybody, but for me,
Yeah.
it because I just thought it was just part of getting old. Okay, I'm just going to have a cane, you know.
And from this side of things, I'm really glad that you described it the way that you did and said it was cashew cheese.
Yeah.
Because the alternative could have been really, yeah, exactly.
Cheese, Fermunda
Yeah.
cheese.
Yeah. I'm so glad you did it the other way.
No, so the cashew,
yeah.
like the only thing unhealthy in the mac and cheese I make is, well, the pasta, of course. June 25th is the date for the Tuscan Party.
Cool.
25th and 26th that weekend.
2 days after my birthday.
There you go. So
Ain't no party like a Tuscan party.
yeah, so I'll post that up. I just got to, you know. But I have a cookbook called Thug Kitchen. If you ever,
I love that cookbook.
Yeah, that's all vegan too, and but I can't take it to, like I used to take cookbooks to work and read during my lunch break and share with people. But there's so
It
many
was all swears.
There's so many swear words in that book. I can't take it because you know, like you don't know who's going to be offended by certain words, you know. So
Well, you also don't want some random kid to pick it up and say, "How come this says?"
Oh yeah. Well, that's true. The middle school students are a little like I never swear in front of my students, but I've had discussions of swearing with my students before because they think for a while they think, well, teachers don't swear, and I try to explain to them there's nothing wrong with swearing. It's just where and when you say certain things.
Know your audience.
Yeah, I mean, I always give them the example. If I hit my finger with a hammer in the middle of class where you're all standing here, I will say way different words than if I hit my finger with a hammer at home. It's just, you know, that's part of being the professional teacher that I am, because I swear quite a bit, but I have yet to swear in front of my kids. I think the worst I one time told a kid to shut up, and then I apologized to him profusely. But in 20 years of only saying it one time, I think that's pretty good. You know,
You're doing a lot better than me in 20 years than I have in 6.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's just part of, like, everyone's that way at their job. You know, like you just become, there's certain things, like I'm surprised I do this because there for a while I was very guarded to what I put online. And at a certain point, I was like, you know what, I can't, because as teachers, we hand over a certain amount of privacy, like you can't do certain things in public. And then at a certain point, I think during the pandemic, I realized I don't know if that's really, I should just be able to be, like, I'm not like, you know, putting up porn or anything like that, but I shouldn't have to limit myself just because of my job if I'm not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, if you're just being a human.
Right. And I think parents are more understanding, but I would say 20 years ago when I started, I remember when I went student teaching, so I've been 21 years ago, they basically told us, especially as guys, they said, look, if you have long hair, tattoos, and even earrings, depending on where you go to student teach, you should think about cutting your hair, covering your tattoos, and taking your earring out. Not because we think you should do it, but it still limits you getting opportunities as jobs. You know, and I don't know if it's quite that way anymore. But you know, at a certain, you do have to still put a certain image of. It took me a couple of years to convince my boss I wasn't going to wear a tie every day. You know, because some of the old principals still wanted their teachers to wear a tie every single day. You know, and I was like, I'm not wearing. I finally told the one principal, because I worked at an impoverished school. I said, when I was growing up poor, if someone showed up with a tie on, it was either for a funeral, you owed someone money, or someone was getting arrested. You know, and so you want me to teach these kids dressed in a tie? That's not, you know, and it's also not how the business world works. Like, you know, for a lot of the businesses, I mean, there's still people that dress in suits, but there are just as many businesses that don't require that every day.
Well, one of the jobs I used to teach orientation on their very first day, I would explain to them that depending on the department that they worked in, they may be asked to cover up their tattoos.
Yeah.
You know, and if depending on the kind of tattoo you had, we may ask you to cover up all the time.
Yeah.
You know, so if it was tattoos with swear words, if it had tattoos that imitated violence, if it had tattoos of nudity, we would ask you to cover it up.
Yeah.
Not saying you can't have the tattoo, just saying that while you're here representing this organization, you can't display it.
That's why you need Arabesh tattoos.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can say whatever you want if someone can't read it, except for Zoe.
Yeah, Zoe can. But well, yeah, and it comes to what we were talking earlier about Star Wars in the sense that different things in culture change. So I think like the first 3 Star Wars movies, we didn't have pop culture as we know it now. Like you pick up any toy catalog after the Star Wars action figures. This is where we need Anthony here. But after the Star Wars action figures hit, that ignited a different kind of pop culture. You know, like you had G.I. Joe and Barbie and maybe some Mego figures, but they didn't really until they saw the success of Star Wars, and that started building that pop culture, you know.
Well, and movie makers would then also get into that side of the merchandising.
Yep.
Think about how many movies had action figure, like they had Robin Hood action figures, and
the best way to get that's the best way to get a good cheap Ewok village is to buy the Robin Hood village.
Yeah.
I saw some poor person showing off their Star Wars action figures, and they had Ewok village with the green shrubbery on top, and that's not an Ewok village.
Yeah, that's Robin Hood one.
That's the Robin Hood video or village. Talk about
that's one of the things that Kenner used to do is they would just change the color of the material in the mold, and this is the Star Wars one, this is the Robin Hood one. They didn't have to retool anything.
Yeah, and that Robin Hood one, man, they really crowbarred that action set in because that had nothing to. What there was a tree house.
Well, that's where Little John and his merry band of merry men or something like.
Can you see the Kenner exec saying to like Kevin Costner, could you just put up a tree house up there? Here's a picture of what we want it to look like. I tried watching. Well, this is unrelated, but kind of related. I tried rewatching that Robin Hood movie. Man, I had a way better memory of that movie than that movie was. Talk about like dropping the ball on even just hairstyles. Like you could tell when that movie was made by the hairstyles, you know. Because imagine if Star Wars did the same hairstyles as like the same movies coming out at the same time. You know, like
feathered hair,
like you know. It's just weird. It's just weird that like I know George was a genius, but what did he do that on purpose, or was it just like we don't have any money for hair budget?
Well, I think one of the things he wanted it to do was to have it be grounded in some sort of cultural reference, even if we didn't know what that cultural reference was.
Yeah.
You know, so when you look at Leia's, cinnamon bun hairstyles, I thought that was, like a Peruvian Indian kind of thing, or some other indigenous culture that had that sort of hairstyle.
It was also mimicked after some South American women freedom fighters. If I remember correctly, that was one of the reference photos. Well, that's what I think I liked about it, because like he took. Like it's like we see it now when you see the resurgence of all the 80s stuff coming out. I try to explain to my students, not everyone had that hairstyle. That was like the middle of the road pop culture, that had like, because like we like when I was in the 80s, I wore Levi's jeans and plain t-shirts. I didn't have the shoot pants, and I didn't have the all that weird stuff, because we were just like the poor end of it. All that typical 80s stuff that they throw in to an 80s movie is usually like the extremes of the culture. And Lucas stayed away from that when he made those movies. Like you didn't see big bell bottoms, and you didn't see, I guess the closest you had was some of the mustaches,
And that wasn't on the main characters. It was really on the background folks. Like
Right.
who was the John guy that was in Cheers?
Oh yeah, yeah. Was he in Star Wars? Or he was in Empire Strikes Back.
He was in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, yeah,
Who did like a voice in every single Pixar movie?
yeah, yeah.
So you're trying to tell me that not everyone in the 80s had big hair and puffy magenta vests?
Nope. Like you'll see like movies where they have like a flock of seagulls style hair. I never saw anyone in person with that hairstyle. You know, I saw a couple mohawks. I knew a couple people with the big like mohawks and the buttons with tons of pins and stuff like that. But
Well, you see that nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
That's
But, I
pretty
mean,
common.
it was
They have jackets like that at Hot Topic.
yeah. Chess King. That was about as close as I came to 80s was Chess King. It was this store that, man, the clothes would literally fall apart when you were taking them out of the bag. You know? I remember buying a suit from them. You wore it like twice and the pockets fell off. But
What, your suit had pockets?
oh, they were sewed shut, so we would open them up so you could put something in it, you know, and then it was just like the cheapest material. And then they're like the only thing they came close to was in Jedi, with Han Solo's trench coat. Because in the mid '80s there was that big trench coat fad, kind of going along the lines with Breakfast Club and a couple of the other movies where like the teenagers all had like the longer trench coat looking things on it and stuff. But that's probably the closest you came to.
Yeah, but that narratively made sense.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that would be the only thing that you could maybe say, you know, because why did they have those, and why didn't he just have a poncho or something? But Han Solo was always the trendsetter too.
So much so that Lando took his clothes.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I was so angry. It was like he stole his car and his dog. You know, he got him captured. Then he took his car. Like it'd be in the Dukes of Hazzard, he would have taken the General Lee, and I don't know if they had a pet. Did they have a pet? You know, or if it was
I thought Uncle Jesse had a dog. I thought
if he was BJ and a bear, he would have taken the tractor trailer and the bear.
Or Smokey and the Bandit would have taken his monkey and the pickup truck.
Yeah, or he would have taken the trans.
Or no, that wasn't Smokey and the Bandit. That was Clint Eastwood, Every Which Way But Loose.
Oh yeah, man. I remember those years of monkey movies. Man, that was terrible.
They had legit monkeys in the movies.
Mike, you had the perfect 1,000-yard stare.
Left Turn Clyde.
Monkey movies.
No, it was like I always liked Clint Eastwood westerns, and man, when I saw that first one with the orangutan, I was like, oh, this is real. That's when I started to realize that I like genre films more than specific people. Was when I saw, because I was like Clint Eastwood, man. You know, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, all the spaghetti westerns, Josie Wales, High Plains Drifter, and then that one came out, and I was like, what is this? You know. I even liked the one where he shot the same gun that Han Solo shot. What was that one? He was
I don't remember.
Handle.
Huh?
I only know it as the broom handle.
He had a broom handle Mauser. It was a Western, and he had a broom handle Mauser, Clint Eastwood's character, and he shot it like a little machine gun. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to pack it in for the night, guys. I really appreciate hanging out with you.
Yeah, I'm falling asleep sitting up.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate everyone coming on. I'll put the Tuscan Party stuff up on Facebook. And I know it's 25th, and but before we go, follow everyone. So follow John on TikTok. Let me go through my captions real quick. Ken, Forces of Star Wars podcast. Hopefully, you have an episode coming out soon once you get all your nuts and bolts figured out on the last episode. Not last, like no more episodes. The
latest.
The latest episode.
Actually, it's funny because this month is the 2-year anniversary of our podcast.
Man,
we launched our very first podcast in April of 2020.
That's good. And then my daughter's podcast, Star Wars Geek Girl. Follow me on TikTok and Instagram. And Zoe's podcast is the Sunday of Celebration. Will be live Also, she did put a bunch of writings up this week. I think that's all we got.
And when we get together next week, John, let's spend time talking about the podcast that you want to put together. The
Yeah,
Best Car
I
Bucket.
was gonna say that's I finally have a name and a hopefully gonna record the first episode this weekend. I don't know who with.
Give us the pitch of it for at least.
So essentially, what it's gonna be is just a platform for all different sorts of creators, whether that be cosplayers, filmmakers, just anything in general for Star Wars. It's gonna be it'll be like a D&D-esque theme of you sit down at a bar and start explaining your story to the barkeep, the bartender.
Nice.
So that's where the name the Beskar Bucket comes from. Is your same vein as like the Prancing Pony and the old tavern names.
Now, have you
So-
played D&D before, John?
Oh yeah, I used to play it every weekend
Ken,
for
you played
4 or
D&D?
5 years.
Yeah, I used to play as well.
Because when John sent that the same day, me and Zoe were talking about that us three should think of playing D&D one Wednesday night for the podcast. Or even better yet, if I can get a hold of a game master that ran the old West End Games Star Wars game. So like
That could be fun.
one
That could be fun.
night out of the month, we play a role-playing game. Because I've been playing D&D since like 78. So, but I don't want to DM it. I don't need one more thing I just want to show up and play. But
Yeah, I'm bad at keeping track of everything. I was never a good dungeon master.
I love DMing, but I honestly just, with everything going on, I would just be a very bad DM. I'd love to have Zoe do it, but she's like the second most busiest person I know after myself. So, yeah, but think about that, because that would be cool, and then that would push for your show. And then John, when we'll have to get you on Zoe's show, but also if you make a bumper for your show and send it to me, I will tag it on the end of Zoe's podcast.
A bumper meaning
Like a 30-second commercial. Where to find it, just an audio commercial, and we'll throw it on her podcast. And keep bugging her to be on her show. She's busy. Once she gets on busy, she'll have you on the show, I'm sure.
Yeah, I see. I don't like being too pushy, especially with people that you know.
You won't be. It's just how.
You're talking to the guy who sends a letter to the Inflatable Falcon folks every week.
Listen, and this is what I try to explain to Zoe as a parent. So I'm as your surrogate uncle here. If you have something good, you're not being pushy. You're not asking someone for a favor for garbage. Like, think about the stuff people ask you for every day. How many people have tried to enter all of us in multi-level marketing schemes,
Pyramid schemes, yes.
All that nonsense. So if everyone would just if the good people would put the same effort into being proud of what they're doing and promoting it, it's not a problem. I just know with me, the more someone asks, it doesn't. I never wanted to come across that I don't care. I get tunnel vision sometimes, and I need someone to just poke me in the side of the head and say, "Hey, remember you said you," and it doesn't hurt my feelings. And Zoe's the same way. But
it'll be memorable if you can record it in Tuscan.
Yeah. Well, and listen, when you get the show recorded, this is another recommendation, and this is what iHeartRadio does, and I think it's a good method, is you get a copy of it, you send me a copy, I will put it on her feed as a special episode, because the podcasters forget, and I probably give Ken this speech at one time, podcasters sometimes think other podcasters are their competition. Podcasters are not your competition. Podcasters are how podcasts work. And the only way for podcasts to grow is to make sure they work on other podcasts. Because podcast people listen to podcasts. And I've picked up way more podcasts because I've heard someone speak on someone else's podcast. And then I'm like, hey, I'll see what they're all about. So when you do an episode, if you send me the episode, I will put hey, there's a special, and we'll put where to find it, and I'll throw it up on Zoe's feed. I'm not saying she has tons of people, but she's been doing it 7 years. She has at least a stable audience.
Right. Yeah, I'll definitely have to take you up on that one, and then I'll just have to sit here and write a script for a bumper for you.
Yeah, or your
So-
bumper. So get Headliner, the app Headliner.
Mhm.
Write this down. Get the app Headliner. That will help. That helps you make bumpers. And you can do two free bumpers a month.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
And it's the ones, if you ever see the ones I put on where it has like the little voiceover with the background of her podcast, they're made in Headliner.
Come on, wake up.
Anything else, Ken? I'm sorry to keep you.
No,
Yeah.
not that I can think of.
Ken got the podcasting skills too. And now you guys use Anchor, right, Ken?
Yeah, we host our show on Anchor.
Because I moved CaritaCast to Anchor. I haven't been brave enough to move Zoe's just because
Yeah, we only have 22 episodes
I
over
don't
2
feel like
years,
doing
so
225 episodes at the moment. You know.
Now, is that an RSS hosting feed?
Anchor is, yes. So Anchor is all free. Like I use SoundCloud, but I pay for it every year. Anchor is free, and Anchor has, I think Anchor you can actually do off your phone if you have to, right?
yeah,
Ken?
absolutely. Yep.
It has-
I haven't done that yet, but
Anchor has a lot of good stuff going. I once I get CaritaCast back up and running, we'll be using Anchor. Again with Zoe's, it's just I already paid for it. I paid for when it was like, and then I just forgot, and it renewed again. I'm like, okay, I just don't feel like transferring over, 200 and some episodes. Just I would recommend make sure copyright and stuff like that. I know it's a pain, but I had to go back through and redo her bumpers at 100 and some episodes to copyright free stuff. So start out making sure you worry about that stuff, because then you'll get picked up on Spotify and all that. Like just go to every single thing and just try to just put your stuff on there.
Yeah, because I've so the game plan here is just to have some ambience, because I'm going to record everything in Restream. That way I can do it live as well as have because I paid for their professional, or not the professional,
Right.
whatever the middle of the road is.
Yeah, that's what I paid for too.
But yeah, so I'm gonna have I have a 3.5 hour loop of some like ambient tavern noise with
Cool.
with like just string band music
Yeah.
playing in the background. So just say, to add to the effect there, and also have a little bit of, white noise cover there.
That's cool. Well, you could do like Coffee with Kenobi, and he does like themes with coffee sometime. Like his segments have like a coffee house theme. So, but yeah, it sounds. I'm excited to hear it. So,
yeah,
listeners.
The name came to me first, and then the logo, and then I'm like, oh, and then just ideas kept rolling. So
cool.
it was one of those things where it snowballed into a full-fledged idea.
Well, I'd say get it on, iTunes, of course, iHeartRadio,
Spotify if you can.
Spotify.
Yeah, I'm already set up with Apple Podcasts because I
Yeah, well, that's who all mine. But then a lot of them feed right off of that.
Yeah.
So you just want to go to every podcasting service, because eventually then the smaller ones will pick them up. You won't even have to send it to them, like Podbean and all that. They'll just send them, and then go in through. Have you used Chartable yet, Ken?
No.
Or Roku Depot? Have you looked on Roku Depot?
No.
Roku Depot does summaries sometimes, and they'll pick up random podcasts sometimes.
Oh, that's cool. I get one of the things that we've talked about with now that we're up to the Fantastic Five, the rad batch. We're talking about trying to figure out a way of doing this a little bit more seriously and seeing what we can do to increase our listeners and be more consistent in our delivery of stuff. that's been one of our biggest challenges, is being able to put things out on a consistent basis, whether it's once a month, every other month, whatever.
Well, always starts like it's better to start once a month than once every week, because I know with the girls, they were doing good for a while, and then it slowed down.
Oh yeah.
But
And they became adults.
I still highly recommend you want to get on podcasts. You want to, once you have your show, you want to promote, because that's where the podcasting grows, and like the girls get bumps if they have another podcaster on. I can see bumps in there. Now I can only read from SoundCloud because a lot of the other numbers are skewed because it depends on how people listen and stuff like that. But I just use SoundCloud as my base, and if she has another podcaster on, she got, for Jonah Marie that does Geeky Bubble, she got more listeners than when she had E.K. Johnston on. From just because you bring their listeners. Now it'll probably eventually EK will bring her in more, but that's when you also start getting invited to things. If you go to these podcasts, and then someone's going to eventually say, "Hey, would you like to co-host with me?" That's what happened to Zoe. And then then we lucked out. Her second or third month in, she got invited to be on a panel to ask Vanessa Marshall questions. And then somehow she got asked to just have Vanessa Marshall on. So, it's the luck of the draw, And if
and there has to be that even though it is the luck of the draw, it does take some concentrated effort. Right now we're putzing with it. We're having fun with it, and we're at the place where we're thinking about taking it a little bit more seriously than we have.
Well, Ken,
which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, well, reach out. Like, I think you and Sal would be to hear you and Sal battle wits of your Star Wars knowledge. Because Sal's like a walking encyclopedia of everything Star Wars.
Yeah, Sal's one of those people I would definitely like to become friends with, just from listening to him on the different shows and stuff.
Yeah, and again, just go around the shows, find Star Wars shows. Like Toga does a YouTube channel. Like, I want to jump on his show because he has a different demographic and of toy people. Pop Culture Hour is another one, John, that you might want to jump on. They don't do completely Star Wars, but that's Johnny Grasso he's from Tom's River, actually. But he used to do a Star Wars podcast.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Yeah,
or letting me hang out with you guys, really.
Right.
Yeah, well, this week, so I'll put up something next week, but I still think we should think of a role-playing game at least once a month for us. And we can get some more guests. We can have 10 people. I want to see what this thing looks like with 10 people yapping back and forth.
Well, either role-playing or, more of the trivia. I thought the trivia was fun.
Yeah, I should get some. Well, I'm just lazy. I'm just bad with the trivia. I'm bad with the trivia. My trivia always comes down to it sounding like a social studies quiz. It always, when in doubt, I'm like, what planet does this happen on?
What year BBY was such and such?
Yeah, or it gets that really terrible, like, how many times did stormtroopers do? I'm like, oh, that's not a fun question. Zoe has a better knack with those kind of questions. I can ask you how to do HTML and all that kind of stuff, but
nerd.
HTML is fantastic.
That's what I teach my sixth graders, HTML. Well, right now I'm teaching them how to stalk people online. I do a lesson on how much of your personal information you give up by accident online. And then they have 3 people, they have to look at their social media. They're fake people and fake social media, but they see all the information you accidentally give out by, like, your sports team shirt on your shirt and all this kind of stuff.
Or the geolocation of your picture because you didn't turn that off.
Yeah. Well, that we don't even get into that. That's a whole nother,
Or reverse phone number search.
Reverse phone number, yes. Or they just tell you, "Hey, I was at blah 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 today." I'm like, which I always tell my students I'm not a believer in. Statistically, we taught the kids how terrible the internet was, and they found out that the crimes on the internet are parallel with crimes that aren't on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, as many kids that get kidnapped from the internet are the same amount percentage-wise of kids that just get kidnapped in general. It's just way more sensational when they can say, kidnapped person on internet. So I don't teach my kids to be afraid of the internet. But yeah, John, it sounds like an awesome plan. I can't
Yep.
wait to hear it.
Yeah, just gotta coordinate in the old Discord. So
Yeah, so now
I picture metal mugs with your logo on it.
yeah. Oh, you
yeah,
you know what? You could 3D print. Like, you ever see some of them cool Star Wars mugs that they print
The
with all
tiki
the-
mugs and stuff.
like
Yeah.
they have, like the stormtrooper stuff. Hey, I have a mold for the Tusken mug. No, I have a mold for the Ewok mug, the Tiki Ewok mug.
Which is another language we're going to have to learn in addition to
Yes.
Tuscan and Huttese. So
Yeah, so but you're going to host it by yourself, John. You'll probably I'm always a big proponent of more than one host,
Mhm.
but I also think sometimes being your own by yourself, you can run your own schedule. So
yeah. And the only other thing was I don't want to have I want to have a guest each episode. Whether that be
Dad
someone
should be your
different
first
or
guest.
what's that?
Your dad should be your first guest.
See, I honestly, God, I thought there were a few people from my inner circle that I kicked around, either having my dad who is on the same level as me of fandom, or someone who has no idea about anything about Star Wars.
oh, that'd be a
Just-
great trio of gigs.
Right.
Have them both on at the same time.
It was like 6 years before Zoe had me on her podcast.
Really?
Yeah, I tend to talk too much. It's just a teacher in me.
Oh,
And so
Ken knows that right now.
Yes. I'm
20
sorry.
minutes ago, we were wrapping this up.
That's the old Italian in me. Our old Italian families, we would say goodbye at like 9 o'clock, and everyone left at midnight.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
just- that's but the first couple years I purposefully made sure I would not do her show because she was like 14, 13, and I didn't want it to be my show with Zoe on it. So I just make fun of her about it, but I understand, But no, your dad would be like the ultimate creator because he created you as a Star Wars fan.
Yeah, thank the maker.
Yeah.
See
then
you guys.
See you later.
See you, Ken.
See you, Ken. But yeah, no, you can have a lot of fun with it. I'm looking forward to it. I think you'll have a blast. Whoops, I almost turned yours off. It switched off Ken's, and then I was right on the same button. And then you just put those feelers out, like once you build a backlog of things, then you start there's some good TikTok creators you can ask and get on there, and then it just builds those numbers. But I would make teasers, and I would go on that headliner and make some of the headliner things because they're so nice and easy. And I think you get 2 a month. So if you're I don't know what your schedule is, it's going to be once a month, once every other week, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'd like to do once a week just for my own sanity, but I don't want to commit to that without knowing I can do it.
Well, this is what I would have done if I had to do Zoe's over again. So we committed to once a week. If I had to do hers over again, I would have had her do once a week, but I would have split it, and I would have posted one up Monday and one up Thursday. I would have split it. So what you might want to think about is, because you're doing guests and you want to do it once a week, because it'll keep your feed alive. You want people to keep checking your feed on their phones, and so it's that gap between people checking it, even if they just swipe through it. So if, say, you record an hour and a half show with someone, figure out a breaking point, have a segment, just something you don't have to tell them you're going to cut the show in half, but it could just be you have a specific question you ask 45 minutes in or something like that. And then I'm going to cut it right there, take that, and then just post one up Monday, post one up Thursday. And that'll keep your feed alive, and you'll build more episodes quicker.
Right.
Because what people look at and I do it when I look at podcasts, you find something new, and you're like, well, they only have 15 episodes. How good can they be? Well, if you do it every week for a month and you cut it in half, you've doubled your amount of episodes.
Right.
That would be my recommendation. Plus, then you're guaranteed if someone likes it, they got to listen to 2 episodes.
Yeah. And, honestly, God, the thing I'm most excited for is, I've already got I don't know if it's 9 or 10 different people that I've just garnered over the last year or so on TikTok. I've got people like have you seen the guy who does the Loki Mandalorian armor?
Yeah.
I've got him lined up. I've got the Canadian armor lined up, and I've just got a couple people who I've been mutuals with for a while that I don't want to say I know them on like a personal level,
Right.
but I know them as creators. So I'm very excited for the backlog, if you will, of people who I've got who are at least interested.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's It sounds like I'm excited to hear it. I mean, it sounds like a lot of fun, and yeah. So
Yeah, because
you make the first episode, you get it to me. I'll put it on Zoe's feed, and you just put all your stuff in there. Get your hashtags right. And I'll throw it up on hers because it helps me too. It helps her feed alive. But then, especially if you do a 2-episode one, that's what's a really nice thing is if you do 2 episodes a week and you send me the first episode, they will listen to it on my feed, but then they got to go to yours to get the second one,
right.
the second half. So just make a consistent bumper that says, hey, because people like that consistency to listen. So the most successful podcasts, I'm not talking like Joe Rogan and stuff, but like the most successful ones come from iHeartRadio. Like even people that don't work for them get their shows produced by them. And a lot of that is it's a very nice, consistent beginning and end that people. It's that familiar. Like I have podcasts I listen from them because it just when I get in my car, I turn it on, I hear it, and it gets you ready to go to work.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it because I mean I know I've because I don't want it to be like every other podcast where not to say like we're like every other podcast, but where it's just rambling on for an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I want it to feel more so like hey, there are some awesome creators out here. We're gonna talk about this, that, and another, but I want it to not predominantly, but I want a good chunk of it to be like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What I want this to be about, the different people who are. It's kind of like our Star Wars stories, where it's like I want to know about you. I want the world to know about you and what you're doing.
Well, that's what people want. I mean, I wish we would have had a better format when we started this. This just kind of grew into something because I like formatted podcasts much better myself personally.
Mhm.
And that's what people like to hear new players. Plus, there are a lot of creators in TikTok that just don't seem to get a footing. And you're like, your stuff is good. So, and they just like to talk, and you hear what they have to say. And then now you're going to do video and just audio, right?
Mhm.
So that's good too.
Like yeah, because I think probably what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to, because I don't want it to be too long.
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to, because I know I'm ADHD as can be. So my attention span is like a goldfish. That's why I have a hard time listening to podcasts straight through. And I prefer, 15, 20-minute clips of a podcast. So I want to keep it down around, around an hour, maybe an hour and a half.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'd say shorter is better, but I would highly recommend if you get an hour and a half show, I'd cut it 3 ways and space them out every week because that's going to help. That's that's also going to push your feed up the line because like a lot of the pod catchers, they don't really look how long your show is. They look how much time new content comes out.
Right.
So if you're putting it up 3 times a week, it's going to push you higher up on the charts.
Mm-hmm.
Like Zoe's podcast. The biggest problem Zoe's had with her podcast is we shouldn't have put girl in the name because all this backlash you see online when they talk about female fans, Zoe's been dealing with that with her podcast since it started. Like just I just shield her from that. She doesn't need to worry about that nonsense. But that's the stuff that pushes her, and then the name I'm glad I put Star Wars in the name, but I probably shouldn't have put Star Wars Geek Girl in the name. But we never thought we'd still be doing it 7 years from now. So
Right. Yeah. Now, kind of going. I know I also said I'm falling asleep sitting up,
Yeah,
but you got me on a soapbox here.
I'm sorry.
So with the bumper, because my brain works, I listen to the conversation while thinking about two other things in the back of my brain. With the bumper, and being like a 30-second commercial, how exactly would you suggest a formatting of that?
Well, it depends on how you want it to come across. Like it could, because what we'll do is I'll just put it. It'll go after her thing, and it'll just say, you could just say, hey, my name is John. I'm new to this podcasting, and this is what my podcast is all about. Or it could be like, let's say your first episode, you have a 30-second piece of it that you think is just gold. You could just say, this is what my podcast is about. Hey, here's a clip from episode 1.
Gotcha.
Or it could be one of those questions. Hey, are you a creator? And you want to, and it could be, and you can make multiple ones. If you make multiple ones, I'll just throw them in at different times. Put them at the ends, put them at the beginnings. Because when Celebration Chicago happened, I got a hold of all the people that were on the podcast stage, and I had asked them to send bumpers. And then we put together a big long bumper, and for all the ones that, there's some people that don't understand that podcasts are in it together. There's a few that think, well, I'm not helping that podcast because my podcast is better than theirs and this and that. Rebel Force Radio. But so those people, they're not going to do it. But I just stick with the ones you can, and you just reach out to them. Reach out to, if you like a podcast, just say, hey, I'm doing ask them to be a guest first, and then if they like it, they'll reciprocate.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this because I've always wanted to do something like this. Just either never had the platform or never had the idea. So I think now that don't get me wrong, 6,000 followers isn't. I wouldn't exactly call that a following, but.
Dude, we when Zoe started, we were happy when she got 11 listens for a month. So like it's because you have to do it for yourself, and sometimes you want people to listen, but like we have 2 people listening right now. So,
yeah,
and we know one of them. So,
right.
But
which one of them's dodging my TikTok DMs, and I resent mine and never got a response.
Well, the TikTok app was weird this week though, because they updated something, so now mine looks different on my phone, like the way it's. So I probably missed a bunch too.
So it's funny you say that. I got an update for mine, and are you talking about the activity page or your inbox?
Yeah.
So mine went to that update, and now it is totally reverted back to how it was.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I have TikTok on this computer, the app. This is one of my older Macs. I have like a crap ton of Macs because I used to rebuild them for people, and I somehow have I think I have 8 iMacs running now somewhere in the house because I would get them for like $50. People are like, this doesn't work. I'm like, oh, let me see what I can do. Anyway, but I have the app on this, but you can't put it on the computers anymore. They changed it, but somehow when I put it on this older computer, it went on.
Huh.
TikTok's all over the place, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, but I DM'd a lot of my mutuals too. Good. Just like, hey, I just wanted to reach out personally. I know I made a video about it, but I'm starting this podcast.
You should ask Matt.
He's on my list. He definitely is.
Because he's looking for promotion of that too. And again, I know we were making fun of this a little bit, but think of Steel City and see what a table costs. Because you're like, I was looking at those people, and I'm not knocking anyone for being a famous cosplayer, but I'm like, they were as famous in their mind as I could have been. You know what I'm saying? Like I never heard of them. Or look at a little con and just put a live. Use some of these little cons. If you say, hey, I want to just do a live podcast feed, they'll eat that up.
Right.
Or
Don't worry, I was already thinking about getting a table for Steel City well before I had the full-fledged idea of this.
Because I've thought of doing it for Zoe. I mean, I can't. If I do it for Zoe, it wouldn't be till next April because she'll be in LA, and then I have to see if she's actually coming back. Like I would love Safi to podcast with Zoe, but that's just not Safi's thing because then I'd get a table. But yeah, I mean, you get a good Zoom recorder, you could go around and do some good audio clips and stuff. And with phones anymore, so
Yeah, what we should do though is we should plan this out. We need to get side-by-side tables.
yeah.
And then even
Or just
better.
get one table together.
Or hear me out. We get 3 tables. You've got Zoe on the left.
Yeah.
You've got me on the right.
Right.
And then you and Ken in the middle. And then it just looks like one big Inflatable Falcon podcast.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing with if you look at podcasts, some podcasts start these podcast community things, like I forget what they're called, but it'll be a group of podcasts that kind of work together.
Mm-hmm.
So you get, stuff that people promote themselves together. Like I got a banner somewhere of Zoe and Lizzie for when they do cons. So
Yeah, now the wheels are turning here. Might be putting the cart before the horse, but
well, again, Zoe started when she wasn't. I don't even know if she was doing her podcast then. She might have just started her podcast and she got asked to be one of the costume judges for the kids' costumes at Steel City. And then when she did have her podcast, she was a judge for the costume contest at Steel City. I'm thinking, I made her costume. Why am I not? So, but I mean, podcasting to me is it's a fun outlet. Like I enjoy when people listen, of course, but it's not the end all be all,
Right, and it's one of those things where you can what was I gonna say? It can just be a hobby. It's an excuse for you to sit down and talk for X amount of time.
Yep.
And if no one listens, that's fine. But
if you build it, they will come.
Right.
If people are looking for like as much as there's people complaining about the negative, part of the reason they're complaining about the negative is because sometimes it's hard to find the positive. And so if you put that positive out there, and that's what you want to see,
All right, so it looks like, 'cause I'm on the Steel City website now, it looks like they don't have it updated for the August show because it's just saying that all the tables are sold out.
Yeah, you have to basically buy a table the last day of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the other thing is you start your podcast at Steel City, you do it in the lobby of the hotel.
Yeah.
Like you sit at the couch, right there in the center, you get a couple people and you start shooting the shit. You do that enough, you put a whole bunch of Steel City hashtags and stuff like that. I mean, there's so many things you can do to get. And then if you get in with the Mando Mercs or the 501st, they have a table there, so you can sit at their table, and when you get in, if you join one of those things, then that gets you a whole nother clientele kind of thing,
Mm-hmm. This is a dangerous conversation.
Well, I tell you, I'm glad I got into podcasting when I did. Like I tried to get Zoe in about 4 years before she actually got into it, but I don't think we could have got in as much as we did then because it was difficult when we first got in, just because it was hard to host stuff. It was hard to do online recordings. Everything was just like a big chore. But now with Anchor, the Anchor thing is a big game changer because it's free, or whatever one you pay for. Like I pay for SoundCloud. I like SoundCloud, and because it's unlimited, I have unlimited space. I think Anchor's unlimited as well. But just what you can do, and you think of like if you listen to Lizzie's Family's podcast, the Rogue Rebels, listen to them. Get in contact with, talk to Sal is an awesome guest. Eventually I'm trying to get him to come on here so you can get to know him, and that'll help you get some guests. And they're just between all the TikTok like I've honestly with TikTok, I've been going through and looking at a lot of the creators that are under 1,000 and trying to follow them. Like I have to cut some of my followers because you can only have 10,000 followers. But I've been knocking off some of the celebrities because I'm having more enjoyment with the new people that are coming on.
You're capped at 10,000 followers?
You can only have 10,000 followers.
Really?
Yeah. And there for a while, I was trying to do 1 for 1. When I started, I was trying to follow 1 for 1 just because I used to get super irritated when I would see someone with 100,000 followers and they'd have like 20. They'd be following 20 people. I'm like, TikTok I just always liked because it was a basic thing, like evener. Like I think for this podcast, if we ever get the Inflatable Falcon to a structured podcast, I would like to give something away, like set a goal, like we need X amount of subscribers on YouTube. Set a goal and then give away a helmet or something like that.
Well, when you got 2 people who 3D print,
yeah,
it makes giveaways so much easier.
But I can cast it. I can cast a clone helmet in 30 minutes.
Right. Yeah.
See, casting, other than the extreme cost, like I could have 30 3D printers for what I've spent on casting materials for real. Like there for a while, like I probably have 1,100 hours worth of material just sitting under my desk right now, and it fits under my desk. You know what I mean? It's not when I think of like I could carry $1,100 of material in 2 trips in from my car. So that's a lot of printers and material I could do. So, but yeah, I'd like to do that. And cut our. We don't have to do 3 hours and 20 minutes, but I still have fun doing 3 hours and 20 minutes. But
like you said though, I mean, if we structure this somehow, like if we actually sit down and try and structure it, I mean, this is 3-4 episodes right here.
Yeah. I should probably cut the audio and throw on a feed. I should probably pull the audio from this.
I'm surprised we haven't been doing that already, to be truthful with you.
I've just been lazy.
Well, yeah.
This is like the final stretch of school when all of a sudden kids care about their grades. So like I should be grading stuff right now, and I was grading stuff until about 6:30, and then I was like, I got to go take a break. So
yeah, but Wednesdays at 8:00 is time for the Inflatable Falcon.
Yes. So
unless you take a nap for the first half hour on accident.
I didn't want to bug you because I didn't know if you were working or I knew you were working on your show and you're working. I didn't want to bug you either. So, spring break. See,
Yeah.
our spring break was Monday and Thursday or Monday and Friday. And yeah, it's funny. I want to go to Jordan's shop again. Safi and I are going to probably go up, but he wants to pay the girls to organize his stockroom.
I'm telling you, just let him know, like, hey, I know this guy. He's in Ohio. He's willing to take time off work. You don't even have to pay him in cash. Just hand him a couple action figures and solid.
He had a 4-lam, the big 4-lam, the 12-inch 4-lam I was looking at. He has a lot of those. Like I could almost complete a 12-inch. He had the 12-inch Django Fett that came with all the different pieces that you could dress. You ever see that?
Mm-hmm.
He had the 12-inch Luke that came with all the different materials. He had the 12-inch Luke from 78 still in the box.
The Gentle Giant?
No. The original 1978 Kenner 12-inch Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, those were the they they called them the Kenner Gentle Giants.
Oh, okay. I don't know. They were just the original ones. He had one of those.
Yeah, they look like the 12 back cards.
No, no,
But
no. These were the original ones that came out in 1978. They came out with 12-inch, like Barbie size Luke Skywalker. Look it up.
Okay. Yeah, my mind always goes to the ones that were on the blister packs
No,
they were just 12-inch versions of the Kenner figures. These are the actual like the Barbie style figures.
yeah, but these were the ones. These weren't the ones that came out in the. These were the ones that came out in the 70s. But all those other ones, the 12-inch ones that were out in the 90s or whatever, like or 90s and early 2000s. He had tons of those. Like he had Han and Carbonite. He had, like I said, he had for $49. He had the speeder bikes, which was very tempting. You know, I think he had the furry Chewie, which is a terrible figure.
Yeah, that was bad.
And he had what was the one that came with the book? The bounty hunter with the long fingers. The Ursa, the one
Aura
that
Singh.
Aura Singh. He had her. She came in like a weird shaped box that came with a book or something like that. He had the silver C-3PO from Phantom Menace.
TC-14.
Yeah, and he had the double pack Jawas too, which was really cool.
So. Yeah, see, the one I always wanted to get was the Darth Vader 12-inch, but he didn't have his helmet, and it was Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, did that come with a book too? Wasn't that the one that came with a book?
Yep. Yeah, and the box art was it was half and half Anakin and Vader.
Yeah, he had some like I said, he got a collection that someone must have had tons of those. Now we have a store around here. I don't know if they still have them, but they sell a lot of those. Like the box is a little dinged up and stuff, but they sell a lot of those 12-inch figures too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the 12-inch figures. It's like I've got my Han and Carbonite. We had a dog that got a hold of my actual like the figure, but I've got the Carbonite block, and that's loose. I've got Luke from Return of the Jedi loose, and then I've got Obi-Wan and Luke in his pilot garb. And those are both in the box. So even though they're not worth much, but I just like the.
Yeah, they had nice boxes too. They had good display boxes.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of these ones he had. But yeah, so I don't know. I got to stay away from figures though. Like I said, I bought that ARC Trooper. Probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but I couldn't pass them up.
Yeah, you got to show ARC 77 here. I see it above your head next to your.
Yeah, no, I held it up before you were here. Yeah.
Oh.
I made a TikTok of it too. I made a TikTok of the front and back.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He had a. I don't know if I took a pic. I think I took a picture of it. He had a 4-pack, which I never saw. Let me see who was in the 4-pack. See, those figures, they weren't out long at all. I remember they were about as long as the store was out. Let me see what they had.
Yeah, because I was just looking at like the few pictures that he posts. I saw the picture that Zoe posted, and then just the TikToks. I was just trying to scan through. It's like, what goodies can I find in here?
Oh yeah, no here. So he had the Clone Wars commemorative DVD collection. It came with Grievous, Ventress, and that other dude. What's his name? The guy that like was all the tentacles and stuff.
It was all the time. Kit Fisto?
No, in the micro series. I don't know if that. Who's that guy on the end?
Oh, what's his name? I know who it is. It looks familiar, but
Yeah, I forget
God
his
forbid I
name.
remember.
They just put him in a comic book. He's back canon again.
Hmm.
But it came that he had that DVD triple pack right there. That was down in his basement. I was like, oh man, I should ask him, but I was like, no, I don't need more figures. But that Ventress is so cool.
Hmm. Oh, I loved the Micro Series Ventress. She had such a fantastic character design.
What's his name now? Oh, Sir Gurge.
Dirge?
Huh? Dirge. Dirge was his name.
Yeah, that sounds
I had,
right.
I had Dirge. I had Dirge, and then Axel, Lizzie's little brother, was looking for one, so I just mailed it to him.
Hmm.
I was like, what am I gonna do with it? But yeah, yeah, this was the Power of the Force original with the coin, graded and everything. And
Is it
then
punched or unpunched?
unpunched,
Oh,
unpunched, and then he had a Vader, an unpunched 12-pack Vader, already graded at I don't know what the grade was, but this was my favorite, an unpunched Tusken.
oh wow. Oh, I need to see this.
This, whatever that dude is, he had
The
probably
Weequay?
had a half a dozen of those unpunched. These are now the Ewok was punched.
Yeah, I still can't believe he just handed you a carded low gray.
No, these were just stacked on shelves. I was just look. He said, I just go down and see what you can find, and we were just like, they're just sitting on shelves.
So, oh, okay, I guess I'm a little confused because I thought I thought the pictures you sent us were things that he just gave you.
No, he didn't give them to me. He just let me look at it. I could have.
Okay.
He would have given me one if I would have said, "Hey," he probably would have let me have one.
Gotcha.
He did that with Zoe, but I don't. The one time he did it with Zoe, that's when I learned never to say I want something. If I always go there, I spend money. You know what I mean? Like I bought the one dude because he is a very nice. I consider him a friend. I don't want to take advantage of his generosity.
Right. Okay. All right.
But I guarantee if I would have said, "Hey, this guy's cool," he would have probably said, because he loves Zoe. I don't know what he thinks of me, but he loves Zoe, and yeah, I would have, so I never want to take advantage because I really like Jordan. I like, he does a lot of production. He does a lot for my kids and stuff. So, but I just like looking at the stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm jealous that you know so many people that I'm completely envious of.
Dude, it'll happen. Look, it took me to 50 years to get to this. You're already ahead of the game, right? You're like half my age. So, it's not, I don't know, like I know Jordan, that's about it. I mean, I know a few that some of the guys that came from Zoe's episode and that was just a fluke. There's, again, that's why you want to build your podcast with as many episodes. You just want to have that when that lightning strikes, you want to be able to have something to catch that energy, and that's what.
Well, I mean, it expands. I mean, even further, like just from sheer like popularity. It's more so like Marty or Dan, like these different people with these amazing costumes, knowledge of Star Wars. It's I don't get that as a as a commodity from where I'm at.
Yeah, but it'll cut you. You know what? You are someone's Marty. Someone is saying, "Oh, I love Star Wars," and some other person is saying, "Yeah, but you haven't met my friend John. You should go see. He has Mandalorian." You know what I mean? Like we all start in that circle. Like again with me, when I joined the 501st, this isn't a 501st commercial, but that puts you in a place, Mando Mercs, where you're going to meet good people that have same interests. Because how else do you meet them? Like you and I met on a fluke on TikTok. It could have been an easy slide by. You know what I mean? Like you think about that. But when you get into one of those groups, those costuming groups, it puts you in I would have never met Marty Liz 20 miles from my house. If it wasn't for the 501st, there is no way we would ever cross paths. Ever. I don't see how it would have happened. You know?
Right.
And it's all just due to that. And same with Dan. I would have never met Dan. And these are people now who I consider really good friends that, you know, because like I like the people I work with, but I don't have anything in common with them. You know, like, oh, did you see I give a kid an A? Like, what am I going to talk about after that? You know, I mean, so it just builds on that. And it's like you said, you get the podcast going. We got Matt. Like, again, I still don't even know how I met Matt. I'm still to this day, you know, and I like Matt, but I met him because he knew I had Stormtrooper armor.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, sure, I can try to get some Stormtroopers. And then he's become someone I consider a friend, you know, and I would have never met him. Ken, like Ken's in Jersey. I would have never met Ken.
Right. Yeah. If it wasn't for Zoe needing to go to an armor party.
Yeah, that's it. And it was just because she could have gotten a ride, and I just was like, yeah, I'm just like, I don't like to count on people for things that I can do myself. That's not a good trait, but that's just how I am. So
no, it's a respectable thing, if anything.
Yeah,
it's self accountability.
Looking back, it's okay. At my age, I probably should have asked for help from some of the people that I helped over the years, and I never would. So that stubbornness has probably caused me some pain. But I was like, no, I don't want someone to drive my kid, you know. So I took her to the armor party. Yeah, I met Ken, and mainly because I needed to set. I was making resin droid. No, I was making resin droid restraining bolts and resin Mandalorian mythosaur skulls. I just had some extra resin, and I was just like, if I got to stand here for a couple of hours, because I didn't have any Mando armor to work on, I was just making them while I was hanging out, and I just started talking to Ken, you know. So you will be the hub of some Star Wars in Ohio. Tim O'Sullivan, look up Tim O'Sullivan on TikTok. You want him as a guest.
Yeah, being friends with you and Marty and Dan and Ken on Facebook, I swear I'm only getting people for but you know how Facebook recommends friends to you?
Yeah.
So until Zoe added me on Facebook, she was the first one that always popped up.
Yeah.
And then it was Tim. Now Tim has, since Zoe and I are friends on Facebook now, which I feel so bad that all of you guys are friends with me on Facebook, because it's exclusively just a meme dump.
Nah, it's all right. I'm on Facebook way less than I used to be just because of TikTok. But have you seen some of his animatronics?
Oh yeah. Yeah, his Grogu is fantastic.
And I've talked to him a couple times because he helped me with droid feet, and then he give me some painting ideas and stuff like that. And hopefully I'll run into him at Celebration. But he would be one to talk to about having on the show, because he just started a second account on TikTok. He has two. He has one in his costume. He just started a new account that has his animatronics on. Because I would love those animatronics. I would love to learn that. I would cut this blue mask to pieces and make that an animatronic mask if I could.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, there's so many people who I just think I wish I could pick their brain, but I'm and it kind of goes back to what I was saying about, you know, asking to be on Zoe's podcast. I never want to feel like I'm bothering anyone. That's why usually I'll leave it at one message, and that's about it, unless I get a response. I give you
permission to message me and Zoe as many times. That doesn't bother me and Zoe. That's how our minds work. You're in the same mindset as my wife sometimes. My wife's like one of those, like when she hears me and Zoe she gets stressed out, because we just fire ideas off, you know, boom, 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 and to my wife that's stressful. Like, she likes a plan, do it, you know. And me and Zoe, that's just how we think. That's just how we just you know, fire 50 ideas off, knowing that we might only get 2 of them done, but that's just how we get our ideas, you know, rolling. So
yeah, I never want to be the person who someone's like, yeah, he just wouldn't stop messaging me until I finally had to tell him no.
I will tell you that me and Zoe both will tell you way before you get to that point. But you like for us, you just have to remind us. Like seriously, Zoe has between school and RA, she has a lot going on, but she doesn't get stressed if someone asks. And if you tell her, hey, look, I'm starting this podcast. I would love to be on your podcast, and I would love to have you on your podcast. Because if you have her on, she is the number one our Star Wars stories on StarWars.com. She still has the most amount of views.
True, that is true.
I mean, now all the comments are people, Gina Carano people, but you know, what are you gonna do? That's the other.
Look, we talked about this last time we talked about Gina Carano. I'm still a fan of hers as Cara Dune. Maybe not so much the person, but.
Well, you know, I saw on Fan Expo, one of the Fan Expos, then I know we gotta go. One of the Fan Expos, they're trying to sign a petition to have her not come to the Fan Expo. I disagree with tons of stuff she says, but if you follow through the whole belief in Star Wars with redemption, I truly believe that part of her problem was she was being talked to by the wrong people, being told the wrong narrative. And I see it every day with students. I see it every day with other people. You're a product of your environment in the sense that if you're not shown how to do certain things or you don't believe certain things, it doesn't make you a bad person at first. Now, if you keep doubling down, which it seems like she did a little bit, but I also think there's that redemption where getting someone banned from a con is not helping your cause. You know, like you said, you can still be a Cara Dune fan. You don't have to support her monetarily or whatever like that. But you also you don't want to be as rigid as you complain about someone being as rigid. Again, I think as a person, if you go by what she says, she's not a very good person, but that doesn't mean she can't change. Like sometimes I think in social media times, our words hang around for way longer, like than when I was a kid. Like if I set myself on fire and danced around in my yard, there was no one to take a video of it and stick it on YouTube, and it would haunt me for 20 years, you know. And if she would have been in Hollywood 30 years ago and said something like that, she might have still lost her job, but she would have been able to come back from it.
Right. And the biggest problem I have with that whole situation is the funny thing about that is she said what she said, and you know I'm not going to dive into specifics. It's
right.
They'd be beating a dead horse. However, I think it was days, maybe even the same day, Pedro Pascal posted something that was equally as bad, just on the opposite side.
Right.
No one ever talked about that, and as someone who is very middle of the road, I don't really care.
Yeah.
It's like I look at both of those situations. Why is one person blacklisted from Hollywood, but yet the other is being held up on the shoulders and the praises are being sung through the streets?
Well, and I also think sometimes though, part of that, and maybe it's because I come from a profession where we are held accountable for what we put online as well. I think part of the backlash to any of the people that get blacklisted one way or the other, more times than not, it's almost their response to when they get called out than what they said, because everyone says stupid things and everyone has the chance to make things right. And I think her problem, and I think partially, is she was surrounded with people that didn't have her best interest in mind. Mm-hmm. Because I saw her at Celebration Chicago and everyone loved her, and I think I just think I think a lot of people had bad advice over the last couple of years, and I think certain things became political, and certain things, and it just depends who you listen to. I hear people say certain phrases, and I'm like, you should really check. And maybe I'm more attuned to it because I teach children, and I see, like, to adults, they say words don't hurt, but we have a lot of kids who, like, we were making fun of your facial regimen, but you're a grown man and you can take it. But part of that, like if I thought you couldn't, if I didn't know you that well, I wouldn't have made fun of that, because those words, I tell my students, I can't remember who was nice to me in middle school, but I can name every single person that was terrible to me.
Mhm.
And so when a famous person, they have to weigh what they do, because part of when we pay them to be famous is, like it or not, you're setting an example for somebody. And I think she never got that memo. Like, hey, guess what? You're famous now. You have to surrender a little bit of, like, and if she wanted to take up a cause for something, I think she could have probably taken up a like, if she wanted to go to a free speech clause, like this, or any actor, you can do it. Don't die on certain hills over certain comments.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah,
you see the lady that does Harry Potter. There's a woman who is the same thing, where, like, okay, look, do you like a lot of money, or do you want to,
Yeah, and I think it just again, looking at it from a very moderate standpoint, I think she had good intentions in what she was trying to get across, but went about it in the worst possible way.
right? And
Because
again, it comes down. We forget sometimes that these actors, I don't want to say they're dumb, but a lot of these people get thrust into the limelight really quickly, and they don't know what that means.
right, because if you look at where her fame came from, she was a fairly good UFC fighter.
Right. Years
And
ago.
right, and as MMA and in these high contact sports, you're not scrutinized as much as you are being an actor, because not everyone watches UFC, but everyone watches some form of television or film media.
Yep.
I have never met someone who's like, nah, I've never watched TV, never seen
I
a
know.
movie in
I
my
know.
life.
I know.
But
Even
but yeah, but I've definitely had people who are like, yeah, I've never sat down and watched a UFC or a boxing match.
yeah, like, I watch boxing, but I've never watched UFC. Like,
Oh, you're missing out.
I know. I just, sports. Sports never, like, being raised by your grandparents. Sports never become a big part. And so boxing, like Tyson, I always liked Tyson, and then I just kind of, But yeah, no, exactly what you're saying, and I that's what I'm saying. Like, I understand why the people want to have her banned, and I do understand the damage certain people do with their words, just in general. I don't want to beat up on her, but I sometimes think, when they want to ban someone from a con, couldn't that effort be used better? Like, I understand, showing someone how to act is way better than just having them banned. Like,
Mhm.
I do understand, because if she goes to a con, the best way to show her that maybe she needs to clean up her act is don't have a line of people getting her autograph. You know
Right.
what I mean? Because, like, or just go up and have someone say, hi, hey, I like what you did as this, and I don't know. I don't know how to go about that, but I sometimes think people and I don't want to say that what she said was terrible, and what she did, but again, I don't know. I don't want to end on that, but it's just, I like that character. I think it's kind of weird, because then you had the opposite happen. Remember when Falcon and the Winter Soldier happened?
Mhm.
And people hated. It was funny, because I think the Cara Dune figure had such a weird backlash, because people loved the character. Then in the Falcon and Winter Soldier, that guy that played Captain America, the
Mhm.
the guy that played the guy that killed the guy,
Yeah, U.S. Agent John Walker.
everyone hated the character and took it out on the actor. Like, it was like
Yeah.
a reverse. It was like, do we live in a country of dummies? They don't understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, people can't separate the work that people do as actors from the actors themselves. It's I mean, look no further than Ahmed Best or Jake Lloyd. We talked about this last week. So I think it's one of those things where as a society we need to start focusing a little more on you can like or hate a character, and that is no impact on the actor themselves. You
Well,
don't have to you have
yeah.
to separate what someone does from who someone is.
Yeah. Well, and that's where I think social media hurts. Like I wouldn't be surprised if some of these big companies come up with more stringent social media clauses because it does hurt their bottom line, you know. And again, if someone wants to pay me X amount of dollars and they say, "Oh, you can't do any social media while you're on contract with us," I'm like, my passwords are changed, man. I'll take some money, you know. I
Yeah.
mean,
But that comes down to, like I said, the message that Gina Carano was trying to get across is, that then you really start to toe the line of free speech being hindered by a company, not
yeah,
saying a government, which is what she was really trying to say. But I mean, then you start to impact of what I can and can't say. I think that's kind of what she was trying to get at. But I definitely I'm right there with you. As someone who didn't grow up with very much money, you say, all right, shut up online for 2.5 years and we'll give you X amount of dollars. Be like,
that
yeah,
was my
where's the
only
dotted
thing.
line?
That was my only thing. I was like, I felt like saying she just didn't have good advice because I felt like saying someone's going to say they're not lining up to give you Oscar-winning roles, man. Shut up, do a couple seasons of a show, and collect the paycheck. Because, like, the the a lot of the times, the less I hear from the actor, the happier I am. You know, like I like Harrison Ford and I like what he does, but there's a lot of things in the past that he's done that as a person I have to rectify with, like him dating Carrie Fisher when she was very young. That I have to separate that in my head, you know. Now, if he would have been on Twitter or Instagram talking about it every week, I don't know how well that would have went over.
I
You know,
don't think he's ever talked about that publicly. I
no,
think the
just
only
Carrie
reason
Fisher
we
was.
really know that is because the Princess Diarist.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like that's one of those things where we live in a society where your fame, because again, it's not like she was working where you work or working where I work, where we're not rolling in the dough and they want me to. But if someone says to me, "I'll pay you a decent salary," you just gotta shut up. Why, you know, or at least say not like I have moral clauses and stuff. Like if I get caught in the summer drunk driving while I'm not working because I don't get paid over the summer, if I get caught drunk driving over the summer, I lose my job in August.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that's just a moral clause that's in my contract. You know,
Yeah.
if marijuana is legal in Pennsylvania and I smoke it in the summer and get caught, if someone like if they say, "Hey, we need a drug test," I would lose my job. You know, there's a lot of because it's in my contract. There's a drug clause in my contract and marijuana is listed in it. You
Hmm.
know, so there's
Now is that this is gonna? I just feel free not to answer. Is that a federal thing that comes down and they're
I'm
just
not
using
sure.
that?
I'm not sure how it works, but I know like I have my wife has to get fingerprinted every 5 years, and under her contract, she's been teaching under Pennsylvania laws. Let's say she had a drunk driving in college, and they didn't know about it. Either she didn't tell them, or when they did a background check in 1993 when she got her job, they didn't find out. And let's say because of updated systems, they find out tomorrow, she loses her job.
Really?
Yeah. So, like, it's weird as a teacher when I hear these people saying, well, my job can't do this and my job can't do that, you know. And, like, even with my union, if they want to get rid of a teacher, the union just saves me for about 6 months. Like, it's not like you see on TV where they're like, oh, you have tenure, they can't get rid of you. No, it just means I get due process, mainly to protect me in case, like, a student says something incorrectly or a principal. Like, if I disagree with a principal on educational reasons, I can go to a supervisor and he can't just retaliate and fire me or something like that.
Right.
It's so there are a lot of jobs like that that you have to give up a little bit, stuff like that.
Right. I mean, like the moral clause, like, yeah, drunk driving, that makes sense. The marijuana thing, I won't get on a soapbox about, but that makes sense though. It's like, yeah, you can't be a teacher with a DUI on your record.
Right, but if you think about it realistically, though, if I do it in July when I'm not working and I don't hurt anyone, or even if I get public intoxication, there's a lot of things that I can get in trouble for that don't affect my job.
Mm-hmm.
And, so and a lot of places have that. You don't really realize it. And when you're a company that, again, it's also a different level. Like we're talking like anyone on any of those shows, the amount of money they're making compared to what you and I make.
Right.
If a company wants to pay you for, if you're going to make your money being a face of a character, then at a certain point, you should have some support system that helps you make sure you don't put your foot in your mouth. That's my main, And again, I agree with, like I said, the free speech and all that kind of stuff. But it's just weird because you also see these people at cons that don't make a lot of money, that are famous but don't make a lot of money, and they're struggling just to get an autograph to make some money. So, I'd like to be famous enough that I could charge $100 an autograph.
No kidding.
Or 20.
I always tell people, I don't care about being famous. I just want to have fuck you money.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Well, your podcast could take off. You could have a great idea. I mean, it's it is weird what happens, and like I'm happy with where I'm at in life. Like I have a job that I enjoy. I don't have FU money, but I might once my kids are out of school. But I get to do what I like. Like again, when we were shooting that stuff with Matt, I would have never imagined I got to do anything like that ever. Like got to wear stormtrooper armor. Come on, like my childhood would have been so happy if I knew I was going to wear stormtrooper armor someday. So you gotta get yours done.
I know. It's one of those things where it's like I get a project in my mind, and then it just keeps going on the back burner and going on the back burner. So honest to God, the biggest thing that's hindering this is I'm very, very intimidated by doing the
cuts.
No, like I'm fine. Like most of my armor is cut.
Oh look, Ark said he wouldn't lose an autograph through the floor. That's a diss on my Harrison Ford autograph.
It's the thighs, the shins, and the forearms, and sizing them.
Yeah,
because my one forearm is already it's slightly too big. I can get away with some black foam, but I already know it's a little bit too big.
I'm telling you, you got to find the 500 first in your area and see if they're having an armor party.
Yeah, I should.
I know you're hesitant towards that, but if I listed all the terrible things that happened with me and all that, the good will much outweigh the bad.
I'm just an introvert.
We all are. Okay, that's all of us. But the armor parties, I've never been to a bad armor party. And if you have two hands and you get people that have done the armor, you watch them do it, and you're like, because they're just like zip, and they're cutting and gluing, and like my sand trooper, it sat there. I started working on that. I worked on it for 4.5 years, and then Marty's like, just bring your armor over, right? Because I was in the same one. I didn't want to size it, boom, boom, boom. I took it to his house. We finished it in an evening. So.
Yeah, because I've got everything that doesn't need like sized, cut and ready to go.
Yeah.
So like the chest, the back, the kidney plate, the butt plate, and the
I would
plate.
check your local, check the excuse me, the Ohio group. Find out when they're having, because they're probably all clamoring for armor parties.
Mm-hmm.
And they will be more than happy to help you.
Yeah, because I'm in the Garrison Academy Facebook group. I should probably make a post.
if you say I have TK armor and I just really need some help finishing it, they will. Most of those people will fall over to help you. They really will. Take advantage. Don't be like me and be 54 and say, man, I wish I would have just got someone to help me, and I still have this half-built armor. Mike's dead and he can't help me anymore. So anyway,
Yeah, armor will get finished. I'll have a TK and a Tuscan ready to go for when I decide to join the 501st.
yeah. Well, again, the armor, man, you got the perfect size proportion for that armor. It'll look good. Like, I'm looking at this picture of my TK sticking out. I was like, man, I just wish I was like 20 pounds lighter in that armor.
I just wish I was like 3 inches taller, because I am a little short for a stormtrooper.
Yeah, you can trim the bottoms of the lower legs. That'll bring it down, because there's no edging on the bottom, so you can bring the lowers down, and then you trim the tops of the thighs to get that right height. But don't trim anything until you get it all suited up, and that's why, like I said, you need someone there to touch in mildly inappropriate places and trace where you need to trim, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I know I'm gonna have to just buckle down and do it.
I'm telling you, reach out to them. Reach out to the Ohio group. There is someone up there that's waiting to finish their armor too. 2 hands and some painter's tape, and you guys will go to town. Buy some yard sale signs to reinforce the inside.
Yeah, that's the other thing is I'm very nervous about trooping in it. Like, I know it's durable. It's a really nice kit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
you'll be fine. That armor of mine is from 07.
Yeah, but it was built stronger back then.
Yeah, but you know what? The plastic on the ABS, what's nice about the ABS stuff is the thick stuff is strong, the thin stuff will bend. So it'll be fine. And trooping, like I said, you start trooping when you do your first charity event, and it's ridiculous how much joy it'll bring you. It balances out things. You have a rough week at work, and then you get to you saw it even in your Mando, and it's the same, except the nice thing about the 501st and Mando Mercs, a lot of times you get to go to people that are like really sick. You're not happy that they're sick, but you're happy you can reach out. We had a guy, I forget what disease he had, but the disease masks itself to make you appear like a drug addict. So for years, all his family thought he was a drug addict and stuff, and then they found out, and he was terminal. And we went and did he was like 30 years old, and we went and did an event for him. And he was so happy, and so I ordered him a helmet. I was going to send him a helmet. I got the helmet like 2 weeks later. He had already passed. So we wound up donating the helmet to something else. But like I said, that stuck with me because his family and they were just so happy that we could do that for him. So
Right.
And Quinn that you met, he was a brain cancer survivor. We did him too.
Yeah, I love Quinn. He is so much fun to talk to.
Quinn, well, he's man. I went to Celebration with him. We should have him on because I had so much fun because he would not take that armor off. Marty and I helped him get that armor on. He was wearing it. I carried it in my car because he didn't want to fly with it. He was sitting in the hotel with us in that armor. He was a trip.
At least he can sit in his armor.
That's true. Yeah. All right, man. Well, it's almost midnight. We were going to close like an hour ago.
Right.
All right. So, All right, man. I will talk to you probably sometime this week or whatever. Let me know if I can help with the podcast.
Yeah, I'll probably. I know I'll have questions. I'm probably gonna now that it's on my brain. I'm gonna work on it a little bit while I'm already
check out the headliner. Check out the headliner thing because it lets you put your feed in. It'll put your feed in, and then every time you put a new episode up, it'll ask you if you want to make a bumper for it, like a little commercial for it. And you just download it and throw it on YouTube, or you can throw the commercial on Facebook or TikTok or anything.
Right.
So,
yeah, I'm gonna look at Headliner and Anchor.
Yeah,
before I
Anchor,
go to bed here.
I would definitely recommend Anchor. That's what Sal uses. That's what everyone uses. I've heard nothing but good things about Anchor. and I think you can monetize much quicker with Anchor. See, we don't monetize Zoe's, but you can monetize with Anchor much quicker, and they promote your show really well. So, because I switched CreatorCast over to Anchor, I haven't been able to get a hold of Colin. So,
yeah, I'm down to do all three. So
yeah,
this Karita and
I gotta get that one going. I just don't, I gotta promote that one. I think me being a mainstay of it is not a good idea because I promote my kid first, and so I need people that would help promote it too. So,
yeah.
All right, it is 11:35, which is not as late as I thought.
Yeah,
So.
I don't know how you must have started this really early.
Yeah, I started it like I started almost like 7 because I was testing to try to get the echoing out, and I was messing around with switches. And then I let my dog out. My pug out, and he's a pain because he doesn't want to come in, and it was just he's lost without my other dog. So 7:33. See, Ark knows he's on top of things. He's on spring break. So he doesn't know. Ark's he'll have to be a guest on these once we get more. We can't have him a guest now because then we don't have any viewers.
Right. Yeah, but he's got to get back to me on TikTok first before I let him do anything.
Right. He'll be put on the black list of Ark. He'll be Ark 76 instead of Ark 76.
Yeah, Ark, DM me on TikTok or Instagram or really, or just go to my TikTok bio and hop in the Discord. We've got like 13 or 14 people in there that want to be on the podcast. I have sent you 3 messages now. I don't know how you haven't seen anything. Yeah, hop in the Discord and then hit me up.
I even put in my own Discord for that.
Yeah, see, I even convinced Mike to do it. So you can do it too.
That Discord makes me feel like 100 years old though. Like that I'm gonna restructure in here this room so I can do more. Like I think I'm gonna get a cool chair like you. This is a stand table. This table's like standing height with bar stools, and I think I'm gonna cut this thing down and make it a desk height and get some like nice chairs. So this was my first attempt at a studio, and I can lose 90% of the equipment now.
I don't envy you. I've got a bad back to begin with, so sitting on a bar stool for 4 hours, I'd be furious.
Well, the nice thing is your back pain is masked by the sitting on the hard ass stools that feel like it's shoved up your butt, because they are really cool stools that are the most uncomfortable to sit on.
Yeah, I've got an International Harvester one in my garage, so whenever I work on anything, I'm always like, oh god, why can't we just get a nicer chair?
Even worse than that. Like I bought these when Kmart was still in business for like $14, and they were $13.99 too much. Like if it wasn't for Darth Vader on there, I would probably throw them in the trash because they're so. I put them down here to do teaching when we were teaching online, and it was terrible. So,
but all right, well,
nice
we're both Italian. We're gonna sit here and talk for another hour if we don't shut it off. So,
all right, guys, have a good night. I'm gonna end the stream right now.